Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
하나생명 파이팅!
안녕. 알았어. 파이팅.
파이팅! 탈퇴하자!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK, but this time for regional qualifiers. We got KT Rolster up against Homolife Esports. I'm Valdez with Chronicler, and this one, the way it is going to work out, guys, they are at the top of the bracket currently, and whoever wins this best of 5 is going to Worlds as our 3rd seed.
And if you do lose here today, then obviously you will have another opportunity taking on the winner of D Plus versus DRX. That will be taking place tomorrow, and that is that's an elimination match. That one is going to feel, I think, very different from today, because today, even given how that we saw this very matchup already during the playoffs, the qualifier is a weird place, Valdez. We've seen a lot of magic happen, not in the last place, last Worlds, when DRX made it as 4th seed, which in of itself was already kind of miraculous, and then we all know what happened afterwards.
Yeah, and the way it's going to work, you probably already know this, but the summer champion, that was Gen G, they qualified for Worlds as our 1st seed. The team with the highest points, except the summer champion, was T1, and they secured their spot after they defeated KT in the losers finals just last weekend at its Daejeon. And now we need 2 more seeds, right? So we've got our 1st and 2nd. KT and Homolife Esports have the next amount of points in 3rd and 4th there, and so they will be playing here in our round 1 of the qualifiers. And again, whoever wins this best of 5 will be going to Worlds.
So stakes absolutely incredible. Homolife coming off of a fairly lackluster playoffs, not looking too hot. Even in outside the one match that they obviously won, afterwards got very swiftly dispatched by KT. And KT, the first team ever to be the summer undefeated round robin 2 team that doesn't actually end up winning the split, not even making the finals. And it is somewhat fitting that it is KT. However, KT did almost win against T1, came down to the final game, was a very close final game as well, and then obviously, they also stomped 3-0 on Homolife.
Yeah, that did happen, as, KT has had a dominant 2023 record, especially against KT Rolster versus Big Game Hunter Homolife Esports, which I still don't understand because they're really good against the teams that are on the east side of the bracket, not the west. Who will secure the 3rd seed here tonight, as KT did falter at the last step before summer finals. Definitely a riveting series that you'll want to go back and watch, especially that Game 5 versus T1. And they're pursuing Worlds for the first time in 5 years.
And let's not forget what happened last year, where they were in the lower side of the bracket, and then they won the match where they accidentally picked Zyra and then still lost the series to DRX, who would end up being the eventual world champions. Now this time for KT though, it's a very different situation. They are the clear favorites here today, as Grizzly definitely needs to have something planned against Cuz, because Grizzly was very much one of the weak spots of Hanwha. There were some other issues. I think the solo laners didn't look too hot, didn't feel like their meta reads were that great, but he was definitely getting singled out by someone like Peanut and by Cuz when they faced off, and I think that today is going to be one of KT's main game plans as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an important matchup to look at, and I think a lot of it has to do with, can Grizzly step up to the plate this time, I suppose. So definitely one thing to look out for. Total head-to-head between these 80 carries, 29-16. Which player will seize the ticket to Worlds, as Aiming is looking to attend his first Worlds versus a guy who has already won the entire tournament.
Kind of crazy to think about. Aiming not making it to Worlds was, of course, relatively close a bunch of times, most notably last year, but never actually making it. We'll see if today his fate will change, because KT definitely the favorites in this one.
Yeah, they definitely are. We don't have predictions here on the the caster side of things, but from what I could see on the internet, it does seem very one-sided towards KT in terms of those spreads from the fans, as here are our teams. KT Rolster coming in first.
Which I'm sure is only going to further antagonize KT fans, because the fact that they didn't make it even to finals was a really big hit to this team. But I think that they should feel confident given that they have dispatched off Hanwha the entire year in very consistent fashion. And we saw some issues. I think Keen and Lahens in particular didn't look that hot when they faced off against T1. But BDD still very, very stable. And if you can keep Zeka down, a lot of what makes Hanwha threatening seems to kind of dissipate.
Yeah, it's definitely very true. Speaking of Zeka, he was the one guy who had a big smile on his face. Kingen and Grizzly, it's all business for now. And they really do have some work to do. Even if they do lose this best of 5, they don't lose their chance at Worlds. They do get another chance because of their seeding here on Saturday to have one last chance. Same for KT if KT don't end up winning today. So, you know, it's not the end of the line for either of these teams, even if they don't get this direct seed into third. And I'm sure that Viper and Zeka and Kingen all gonna say, hey, well, we've done this before. Let's try to do it again.
Even Life was only one game away from making Worlds Finals back in 2021, then lost to Viper in that Game 5, as we are going to take a look here. Aiming was, for me, expected to maybe be one of the weaknesses that we saw. Hasn't really been the case, except for when they pick Ezreal, but that's as much on the team as it is on him. Yeah. Outside of that, I think that Aiming, even in the Game 5 against T1, actually did a really good job, and this is coming off someone who's been pretty vocal of his kind of lack of performance in important best of 5s. I think in that game number 5, he was one of the main reasons why it was close in the first place, right? Some of those very moments, the one like between their mid 1 and 2 turret where he goes in and pops the Zeri ultimate, definitely really, really big. But this man needs to perform today as well, because I think Keen, to me, was without a shadow of a doubt the best top laner in the league when we went into playoffs. And after this, I think Zeus has overthrown him. I think Doran actually looked a lot more consistent as well. We didn't see a lot of the trademark Doran flaws that we did. And coming from a guy that was so incredibly far ahead of the curve, can't have that happen here today.
Yeah, it just can't. I mean, there was a lot of the guys on the side of KT obviously getting onto, well, I say a lot. Actually, the entire team got onto the All-Pro first team, right? Yeah. So for these guys to go from that in the regular season to falling a bit short in their minds, I'm sure that they're going to come in here with a vengeance, which is another reason why people are expecting KT, I think, to come in and say, we're really angry. We should have taken that Game 5. We should be the ones that had, you know, potentially a second seed into Worlds. But now we've got to get the job done once again. It's a very specific mindset that you have to have coming into this one, whereas maybe Hanwha Life Esports having the buffer, at least making it into this best of 5 and having the buffer of, okay, even if we do lose, we've got the next one. Perhaps they'll have a little bit less pressure compared to playoffs. So I'm curious to see how they come out and perform tonight.
Yeah, and that's something that I think is really important, is that we already saw a really big gap in performance. T1 was the best example of this between the regular split, even taking into account that Faker came back, right? I think that T1 in playoffs looked better than they did even before Faker dropped out, and they looked a lot better than they did in week number 9, and we saw them very clearly level up over the playoffs. And we'll see. If Hanwha don't make a similar level of improvement, I think KT should dispatch of them handily today if they play to their normal level. But as I've said before, the gauntlet can be a scary thing. And we've seen teams heavily overperform last year, but even in years past, right? There's always a team where you don't expect to make it out, and then they somehow do.
Like DRX from last year, but also DRX from this year.
Yeah. Why? No.
Yeah.
No,
you said yeah first. He's a barrel believer.
I got duped. I will not be misrepresented. You see the respect band come through on Aiming Zeri. Definitely a good shout, given how he performed on the pick. We also continue to see Grizzly getting targeted. And I really like these bans from KT, because I think that Sejuani and Maokai both are such stable and hard to neutralize picks. So even if you do get an early lead, it doesn't really lead to too much. And Grizzly, given his inexperience, has been the main target for many a team. I think Peanut definitely the most lopsided when it comes to that 1v1 matchup, but even because they did a really good job last time they met.
Just a lot of picks in the jungle and in general that are very good at handling pressure. Banned away here, right? The Alistair taken away. The Xayah, another AD carry that's really good at handling pressure, even solo, and peeling fairly well. And then they're going to take... okay.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because the Viego is both the pick that Grizzly, when it comes to carry junglers, actually has looked great on, and Cuz's best pick outside of Sejuani. Now, you can of course go for the Azir Poppy here, and I think the KT are not going to be unhappy with what they will end up getting. But I do think for Hanwha this is a great way to ensure that Lehends doesn't get access to Nautilus or Alistair. You get Grizzly on a pick that he is at least comfortable in when it comes to the mechanical execution of it. Is it worth giving up this much? I don't know. I really would prefer seeing something that actually synergizes well when it comes to jungle with the Azir, because I do think that now you're on the risk of getting somewhat banned out. If you are, Cuz as the Leona coming through for Lehends, so making sure he still gets an engage support.
Yeah, that he does. Again, you know, like I was saying, a lot of things that can disengage well. We're going pretty hard into this one. They get the Azir for BDD as well. And now, like you were talking about, will we see a bunch of jungle bans here for Cuz, try to give Grizzly even more comfort potentially at the tail end of this draft? No.
No.
just a Jax ban.
They invest a lot of resources in getting in the Viego, so I don't think that's too bad. I wonder if it's going to be like Ahri and Neeko bans. Neeko already off the table, but those are the main combos we see. Another one would be Lissandra, but I don't think Lissandra is generally in the best spot. Give it a Petra too, and she will be actually get a pretty substantial buff to her AP ratios and some of her laning power, but not going to be the case here just yet. And given that it's Zeka, they might also just ban Yone instead.
Yeah, definitely a consideration. It does mean that you are extremely heavily into the AD components, but we've seen a lot of teams kind of ignore that. Just say, well, this is really good. We don't care. You know, could go Rumble.
R5 Rumble. Although Kingen, it's not really who comes to mind when you talk about Rumble players.
Yeah, but what if they go, okay, you know, we pick up the Yone here and then they take Renekton maybe to try to shut it down. Then you have the Rumble available for Kingen. Could be an angle. And again, I'm sure a lot of preparation to go into this best of 5.
Yeah, that's the one advantage that Hanwha Life does have over KT, is that they had more time to prep. KT still had to play and to prep for T1 and potentially Gen G. This is
go to Daejeon.
And go to Daejeon. The fun, it actually was, we had a good time.
5 goos.
Oh, yeah. And Zeka is going to be able to visit all of them because he's playing Taliyah, and we've seen this pick really be a very consistent mid-lane roaming threat. Not necessarily the type of pick that you generally want Zek on. I think his mages have been a lot more hit or miss compared to his melee carries. We'll see what he can do. Definitely a good matchup, though.
What is Cuz going to play? This is the blind pick for the top lane. So Keen is on Cassante, which I feel like, you know, small resurgence. I think it can be very good in pretty much any composition. Very strong.
Zach?
But again, what does Cuz play?
I don't know. Zach, Lilia, or
Poppy?
Skarner is
still available.
Jungler that we've seen. I mean, Poppy to me is the best. But I don't know if they actually want to opt into that. Vi does give you a lot more offensive pressure, gives you a guaranteed way to lock down the Aphelios and set up for the rest, but I think Vi, even after her nerfs, is a champion that's good in a very specific circumstance, which is pairing her with an aggressive mid that allows you to set up. That's not really the case here, so Cuz definitely has a ton of early power here, but outside of playing off of Lehends, I do think he might run into some trouble here with these early skirmishes. So Hanwha Life opts into even more disengage here with Kingen going for Gragas.
Yeah, definitely putting up a nice wall for Viper. Just try to give him some space. You got Gragas, you got Taliyah, put down some rocks, you got Life to do a little bit of that. But again, you know, he's not on a Xayah. They don't have a Maokai to create positioning for him. The Grizzly is on Viego, which is good for following up, but definitely a lot of threats here on the KT that could make Viper's life pretty difficult here in this first game.
Also depends on what aiming is going to go. If I do expect this to be the more poke-oriented hybrid Kai'Sa build, and if you reach about 3 items, then it's going to come down to Hanwha Life actually finding these really important, really crisp snap engages, because their upfront CC and burst is amazing, and obviously with Aphelios you can win late game team fights, but I think the Vi does mean that in late game fights, there is a guaranteed way to lock down a Viper, at least for a little bit. And with how well we've seen BDD team fight and how reliant Humble Life seem to be on the Viper performing, I do think that Humble Life ideally would try and build an early lead, but against KT, that's easier said than done.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a lot from this first game. These gauntlets are always insane. These regional qualifiers that we have, you never know what you're going to get. And I think that both teams are going to show us a little bit of that here in this first game and at least give us a taste of what to expect as we do move into this best of 5. Game number 1 is going to start right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty. Game number 1 of the first best of 5 here. We have 3 for this weekend. I say weekend like that because we're starting on Thursday. But it's definitely going to get interesting, I would say, Chronicler.
There's just a lot of potential for chaos in Gauntlets.
You remember last year?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. And it's like, obviously, the DRX part of it is the one that gets remembered most. But that's very telling, and that's also, I think, because they actually ended up winning Worlds. Because the accidental Zyra pick that still won the game is the one that really sticks with me.
Yeah.
I'm just, like, wondering, like, how did that happen? How is it not a bigger thing in our collective memory? Because they didn't win, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they won, it would have been very different.
Yeah, it was just one of the crazy parts that I think you could really tell that a lot of the different players, not just him, were experiencing a lot of pressure. And they weren't, 100% at that moment in time. We had teams like KT, like Live Sandbox, who we thought were going to make it. That did not. They got bested and pushed out by DRX.
Don't remind me of Sandbox.
Exactly. You remember Prince?
Yeah, I do.
He was crying. He's like, okay, well, I thought I was going to make it to Worlds at least, coming into the roster for summer for 2022, and making a huge difference for that Sandbox roster, and then falling short right at the doorstep.
Yeah.
To
Thanks
for
the memories, Val.
DRX did win, so
they did. Yeah.
The whole tournament, so that's nice. Who knows if Live Sandbox or KT from last year would have gotten it done. So I'm just priming everybody to just think about what happened last year and think about the possibility this year, because yes, KT is the big favorite in this matchup. And maybe DK is the favorite against DRX tomorrow, but you never know. You never know which 2 out of these 4 teams are going to make it.
Expect the unexpected.
Yep, every time.
What's interesting is that King actually has gone for Tank Ragas, which was obviously nerfed very, very harshly. We saw that he got some compensation buffs when they nerfed his passive and gave him a little bit more oomph on the Q, which ended up being fine. AP Gragas, I think, is still a perfectly viable pick, but does mean that Tank Gragas really dropped in priority as Kingen misses a cannon and is really getting pummeled by Keen here early on. And I understand that he didn't necessarily want to go for Gwen, because Gwen, as a counter pick, is it's okay, but it's not going to make you super excited.
This is...
Yeah, it's not good. He's actually getting harassed really, really harshly here, and it's making him lose so many creeps.
Yeah, and, I'm sure immediately the chat's going to be like, Asante, 4,000, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I think this is just a player diff at this point. Like, we've seen Gragas handle this matchup many times. And Kingen is going to have to get back on the horse. Maybe starting off a little sleepy, and Keen perhaps trying to get revenge.
Could have been an Aatrox angle, Wouldn't have minded it. Although I do think that the current Aatrox play is very different from the previous Aatrox, right? Which Kingen got obviously his skin and the finals MVP on. As Kingen.
Nicely done, and now Kingen's going to get knocked back here. Keen continuing, and he is going to miss that Q as he does get a bit low here on mana. But a couple of biscuits left for both players as the top lane is getting more and more fiery here by the second.
Yeah, do have still a cookie available here for Kingen, so he felt safe. That was also Cuz towards the top side of the map. A lot of vision secured here for Keen, so he can keep playing this aggressively. And Zeka going to secure himself some before backing and looking for a first buy. We'll be going for tier and boots as well, so maybe want to try and make a play towards that bot side. Where we do see Viper actually start a call, so he's going to be feeling pretty good. Has been doing well in this early laning phases. Keen gets his first Demolish proc in, but not going to be enough to get a plate at least on this first go.
Yeah, not yet, but still putting on the pressure. You can see the difference in the CS already. It's definitely a very annoying lane for Kingen early on before he does pick up some items. And always the timing of when you're going to go back, when you're going to use that teleport, always incredibly important for the top lane. Looks like he is going to stick around for now as King continues to hard push in there. Besides that, not much else happening here early on in the game. It's Chemtech Drake. And so, you know, Ox is here. He's paying attention. He's like, I'll give you guys a little present for game number 1. We had a lot of Cloud Souls as well in the finals and in the playoffs. So maybe we get another Cloud Soul, which I actually feel like creates a lot of action. As here we go, getting in onto Viper, who will cleanse, as now Life is also going to flash away. They do handle the pressure nicely, but they do have to use a couple of their summoners.
And that is going to be a successful gank here from Cuz. Actually, I haven't talked about this yet, but he went Aftershock. Still, based on the build, I would expect him to just go probably Sunderer and then into a more tanky build. Definitely don't want to go for full Bruiser when you have Aftershock, because the resistances are kind of necessary to really make the rune as powerful as it can be, but does mean that it'll be a little bit tankier going into that enemy backline. And yes, the summoners are invested, but Viper and Life actually did got a great trade when it comes to the health. So as a result, they'll still be able to set themselves up for this early dragon. Zeka also going to be early on the roam here, and obviously has his ultimate available. That does mean an early Drake goes over to Humble Life, and with a Cloud as well. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
It's unfortunate that Cloud Soul is already out of our reach. Obviously, ideally, we would have had a Ocean, but still, a lot of the other Drakes are very, very strong, very relevant, so Humble Life not going to be too sad about that one.
Yeah, definitely. Stalia getting work done early on in the game. It's nice to see as King gets in, gets another Demolish proc. That's a plate already. And more harass onto this poor Gragas, who is Kingen's not having a good time. Now Cuz is coming up to the top side. Already level 5, trying to invade here onto Grizzly. And that is going to be pretty short-lived. Although he could try to force this. He does have priority from top.
Yeah, and obviously Zeka might be able to join quickly, but Kingen definitely isn't going to be able to. Like this as minion. Lance was preemptive.
No, that was a thick minion, okay?
Yeah.
Life is good. I don't even blame him for that. I'm like, man, that minion had something going on, okay?
Hear me out. If you benefit from the fact that Nautilus' hook sometimes does funny stuff, you got to accept that sometimes it catches an unwanted minion.
Well, maybe the minion, yeah, well, anyway. This isn't Challengers. I'm not going to go any further on that. So Viper and Life still, they're able to push them away from the bottom lane. And, you know, Viper with this crescendo, I think Jonas Strong wondering if they're going to get in onto that. We still don't have our first blood. But level 6 Grizzly is hanging around waiting for it.
Yeah, Grizzly does end up getting spotted, I think. We saw the pings there. And will now go towards his bot side. Might be another opportunity here. Zeka is still not sitting on his first item. Talia definitely wants to get there as soon as possible. Wonder what he'll go. Think that the Leandries would be the safest, but given that he's so AP, he might also end up opting into like Ludens and Shadow Flame and go for a really more one-tap oriented build, as we do have some attention towards bot side. Grizzly is in the area, but not right now.
No flash for Life.
Roaming.
Life is going to get a good hit in, but this is Vi as he's going to knock back Life into this fight as Viper looks like he will get away. Here comes Grizzly as the kill does go in. First blood for aiming onto this Nautilus, and Humble Life Esports not able to respond.
And the big thing there was BD also roaming up.
All out. Kingen has the cast. Nice little dodge there. Flash on in, and Keen's gonna pick up a solo in the top lane as well.
Keen delivering here. We wanted to see a little bit more dominance from him, and he is showing it. Building a almost 30 CS lead by himself, and then also able to get the solo kill there. really big because it means that the side lane pressure of this Cassante gonna get bolstered even further. Kingen falling very far behind on the tank Gragas. And additionally, the bot side play, credits to BDD, actually ends up getting priority in mid, and with this roam, there isn't really an opportunity for Hanwha Life to try and go in. We lose to the exhaust on Cos, but it doesn't end up really mattering, and they have enough lockdown for life. And if you have a 3v3 here, you know, then maybe you can go for it, but with the roam for BDD, not going to happen. As we're taking a look at this, that W, really well done, ensures that he doesn't get knocked back by the cask, and as a result ends up extending the play and getting the solo kill.
Yeah, really good stuff. Jack shows already for the Cassante in the top side. Little swapperoonie from the side of KT as well. They bring their bottom lane up to the top side. We saw that Zeka kind of pushed it in and created some pressure, so KT try to respond to that and try to get in position here for this Rift Herald, of course, as a max range hook is going to land on the Lehens. Here's a wall, so Lehens looks extremely dead, but extremely tanky as well. Trying to get over the wall, thought about flashing, but at the end of the day, he is just dead. Meanwhile, KT got the objective.
Yeah, Herald still goes over to KT, so I don't think they're going to be too sad. Unfortunate for Lehens that he ends up dying, but that's not too bad a trade. And I think Hanwha Life actually, even though they are on a goal deficit, still would be very happy to try and go for these aggressive plays. So Zeka going for Crown to Leah. Not the biggest fan of this. I think that between the Crown and what probably will be a Seraph second, your damage is going to be really, really lackluster.
Yeah, you were talking about the safest one going for Leandri's, but actually, unfortunately, the Crown is. And yeah, I mean, we get a replay of this, but really the story is, you know, yeah, they kill Lehens, but the Rift Herald does get taken by KT, which they're going to like a lot more. Meanwhile, Hanwha Life still trying to make a play for the Drakes and trying to get them stacking. Let's see if KT can deny this one.
And getting a second Drake for Hanwha will be big, but looking at the wave, they have a small window here as the bot wave is crashing. Doesn't look like they actually want to commit to it, though. Don't want to take the risk. With Kingen also taking it back, and Keen having his teleport available. And they might just end up giving it up anyway. I think the window has now passed. And the kill on Lehens is still important because it does accelerate Zeka, who is the sole AP on his team. Even with a build that won't be providing as much damage, that is still going to feel nice. And once the arrow comes down, I think we'll go back to about a 2k gold lead. And Keen continues on.
They haven't even used the Rift Herald yet.
No.
Okay, like Cuz is using it right now as I speak. He's going to drop it in mid. But this is all just natural plates in the top side. You know, some of it going to aiming, a lot of it going to Keen as the knockback here onto Shelly. But KT has good presence at the moment. We do have Grizzly coming on over as... Hello? Okay, there you go. Not going to be able to knock it up. And there's the smite and the hit on the eye as down will go the Rift Heralds.
Nicely done there by Grizzly and Zeka. It's okay, T, they were like, do we want to ensure that this crashes? I think saving the cooldowns and getting Drake instead. Not going to be feeling too bad about it, but definitely a big moment for Hanwha because it means that the snowball of gold not going to be as overpowering for KT as we do have the Infernal here. For obvious reasons, anyone is really going to benefit from this. Incredible amount of power here is...
Especially Cassante, the main damage dealer of KT.
Oh, absolutely. He is going to not die and then also have an unreal amount of damage, which actually I think will end up working out quite nicely.
Huge.
Because there is really only one big threat on Hanwha Life. Even when we get to the late game, I think with the builds that have been found here. Grizzly obviously in mid-game teamfights can do a lot, but I don't think it's going to be as reliable on the damage threat. Also going for Divine Sunderer. I like the Triforce build a lot more. I do think that even playing into some of the tankier members on KT, Triforce means that you actually are a threat in these mid-game fights. As Zeka going to be tickling Cuz a little bit here.
Yeah, not really doing damage, even with the full combo. That's just the way it's going to go for a while here for the Celia with the build that he goes for. You think he's going to go like Seraphs into Zhonya's and really just do zero damage?
I mean, he did go Sorkpan boots, so I think that he might just go defensive Mythic into damage. I hope so, because otherwise...
After Seraphs.
Yeah. Itemizing armor is going to be so valuable here. And It makes sense because I do think that both Zeka and Viper need to stay alive for a fight to be successful for Hanwha, because they basically can do one of two things. They can either find target and kill them, but you have Aftershock Vi, a Fed Cassante, and a Leona, so all of those will take a fair amount of time. And then you have aiming and BDD. BDD also going for the crown build, obviously we don't mind it at all. And then aiming, who is going for Poke Kai'Sa, so he can play very defensive as...
Trying to make a play here. I mean, there's no teleports. They finally do come in, and Viper just kind of laughs at him. It's like, okay, whatever. Now, we do have the teleports coming in here on the side of Homolife Esports now as they try to get on top of KT, who just dashed away. And now the re-engage is big as Grizzly, going to get caught here in the front line. The catch doesn't do much. The all-out is there on the light, as now he's on the run, tries to go back in, and that's just going to be a big mistake. Double kill now for aiming. As he says, well, I was never going to get out. It's a double knock of Keen. He is angry and he wants blood as Viper, still incredibly safe, still full health on the back line, but his entire team is just dying in front of him.
And that was so disjointed from Homolife, and KT capitalized beautifully, because you know who the recipient of most of those kills is? That's aiming. 3 kills now on the Kai'Sa, going to be even further accelerated, and that started off with them getting a turret and then turned into kind of a disaster, as we do see a lot of damage going in on lands. Double TP invested, so I think Homolife kind of feel prized into this. And then I know Grizzly gets caught here, but I'm also kind of wondering if there's not more that they can do, but they have to respect the Cassante, right? Grizzly can ult there, then maybe he gets out alive, but instead ends up getting focused there, and even with the ult investment, there's not enough life. The re-engage, BDD is like, come on man, can't do that. Of course, having played with Live and then Keen, the flash Q to ensure that King ends up going down as well.
He hit like every single Q3.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, Keen is definitely making amends for his playoffs, which I think were, you know, they were all right, but not great. This game has looked like a very, very scary Cassante.
Yeah. It's been a while since Keen has made it to Worlds, but he wants to, as you said, make amends for playoffs and still potentially get a spot. And, you know, gotta go through this whole best of 5, but already looking very strong on the Cassante. And again, you know, you mentioned aiming on Kai'Sa. This is his most played champion by far. And they banned the Xayah. They made it very clear that aiming was going to play the Kai'Sa, even though it has fallen off a little bit in terms of like first pick ability, I feel, with the crazy stuff in the meta that was going on in playoffs. But it's aiming, and it's KT. So, you know, we did see Homolife Esports go for the ban onto Rel instead. And then the first pick Kai'Sa now is just on 2 items already.
And on the back of that, we also had Cuz pick up the second Herald, which he currently has in his inventory, as we saw there. And that might allow them to set up for an early Infernal Drake. Right now it's a 4k gold lead again. So KT, with that play, puts themselves very firmly in the front seat again. And let's not... Oh. Yeah, he already has Sunfire. And we're going to have Radiant Virtue on the hands, 2 items on aiming. And Zeka will be able to keep his turret safe here, but outside of that, I don't think a contest is really realistic here. It's not like the Homolife composition skills poorly, but I think KT, when they are in a lead, they have been really good about pushing and consistently getting first objectives, as they do here. Don't even need to invest a Rift Herald.
They just took it away. Homolife Esports were like, oh, I hope they don't take our mid-tier 1. Meanwhile, KT just turn around and take the objective. They didn't even have Keen come down. He didn't even have teleport up. He just got it now. And Homolife Esports say, well, we can't really fight this, so I guess you'll just take an Infernal.
And I think some of the disjointed coordination that we saw in that previous fight is one of the big reasons why this Hanwha team, outside of playing against some of the weaker teams, has never really delivered what you might be expecting given the performance of the individual players on this team. As the mid lane turret gonna get taken down here after the charge from Herald. And
they're just...
Yep, might be continuing on here.
Yeah, I mean, Shelly's showing off exactly what KT are doing. They're just rushing down the mid lane. They're just charging down. Really nice cast here from Kingen, but no follow-up as aiming does get pretty low. And you see that Homolife Esports aren't really in a position to actually engage off of that. So 2 turrets in mid after the Infernal Drake, KT are just taking this game away from them.
Yeah, Q in the direction there. Kingen actually knocking people into Zeka's minefield, which still procs the stun, but it didn't really matter because they had no front line because Life died immediately, and unfortunately for Life, this kind of continues the trend of him in playoffs. Just hasn't looked that good. Actually was, I think, very consistent near the end of the year. And if you get off anything, you know, get off an ultimate, maybe you'll be able to stay alive for a second. Maybe that ultimate right on aiming there can actually be utilized, but instead just doesn't lead to anything. The exhaust gets used to no avail. And KT, as mentioned, when they get a lead, they will build upon it. Right now, 6k gold lead here. And this game kind of feeling like it completely has slipped out of Hanwha's grasp, and KT looking a lot better here in game number 1.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, we've called this season a bit of a tierless season. We did have at the top tier, of course, KT and Gen.G, and then T1 joined them very late with Fakers rejoining of the team, and that was kind of the tier 1. Hanwha Life Esports, unfortunately, they were like the first team on the next tier, but there is kind of a clear gap between these two teams at this point in time, and Hanwha Life Esports, it's not to say it's impossible for them to, you know, take any games or to even win the best of 5, but what we're seeing from game 1, like I was saying before, is that we're gonna learn a lot from game 1, and so far, you know, Hanwha Life Esports had some decent time to prepare for this series, but KT still look like they're on a different level.
And right now, it's going to require a big mistake. Someone getting caught maybe, could be the beginning.
Lehens might be the guy. He does have to flash away, as eventually a lot of ultimates are thrown in his general direction. And again, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports just not really on the same page, not really setting up plays. Like Lehens is face-checking a brush, and he is very tanky, but there's just no follow-up.
And that also is, with Viper's ultimate invested, kind of takes away the possibility for KT or for Hanwha Life rather, to try and contest. They're still going to give it a go. Grizzly does have his ult available. Steal could be pivotal here.
Yeah, I mean, he's waiting over the wall. You see the damage stopped by KT.
Love
they
that.
say we're not flipping. We're just going for the play. Nice grabbing him here to keep Keen at bay. Meanwhile, Kingen just on the bottom side of the map.
Not
pushing.
the split pushing. Gragas.
Tank Gragas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
It's going to kill our turrets
Yeah.
really fast. All right, let's do Baron again.
Round
Keen
2.
went bot side, still has TP.
Oh yeah, they're like, nope.
They don't have vision. Actually, that one ward in the pit is just canceled, and they just let them have it.
Yeah. And I don't think they had an opportunity, but it feels like the Hail Mary might have been the way to go nonetheless. But this has unfortunately been the story of Hanwha Life. If they are behind, they don't really seem to have the, I don't know, the magic recipe of trying to go for these Hail Mary flip plays. Something that KT themselves actually showed that they have in the regular split, right? Some of the plays that BDD made come to mind, but instead they're just completely getting taken out of this game. I think credit to KT as well. We saw some of the early laning phase. Felt like it could go either way, but ever since we got into mid-game, it's been all KT all the time, getting the relevant Drakes, getting both Heralds, and even though the first one didn't get a charge, still meant that there was nothing available for Hanwha Life to try and accelerate. Zeka might get a bounty here, which, you know, that's nice.
Yeah. KT aren't taking the Drake for some reason. I guess maybe trying to get a lot of value out of their Baron push.
Yeah, I want to try and get the...
Maybe they're trying to delay the Elder spawn?
I don't think they have to.
I think they can do whatever they want at this point.
God.
As, yeah, the gold difference pretty large. The only person that doesn't have a big lead is BDD, of course, and that's because Zeka's been fine. He got that one kill, right, but not really able to use that lead to do much at all.
Yeah, and the lead for aiming is really good for KT, but it's also came off the the team player towards the bot side. The lead for Keen, that was self-earned. That is a self-made Cassante that just was like, I'm gonna get it done, and then he did. The solo kill, even before that, the lane was already looking very one-sided, but after that, it was basically completely over. 60 CS lead, and this isn't like, I think we had some of the games where Gen.G, for example, in finals, like sent what, 3-4 ganks towards Zeus on the Aatrox to shut him down early. Very successful. Cuz walked up towards top 1, saw that everything was okay and backed.
Yeah. Also
That's
took
been
the
about
red
it.
buff that one time. After the top lane was
well, yeah,
pretty
but
much
that was,
over already.
I was about to say, that's because of Keen.
Yeah, that's like Keen giving Cuz the opportunity to like get ahead in his jungle rather than Cuz helping out the top side.
Well, maybe aiming takes a killer instinct that he shouldn't, but outside of that, this game looking squeaky clean from KT, and I think that they should be able to close this first one out very smoothly.
Yeah, it's looking pretty likely. The Baron power play at this point, about 3,500. And they didn't break the base. They didn't actually take any inhibitor turrets or any inhibitors, of course, on the back of that. So just playing this one out very slowly. I do feel like we've been highlighting him a lot, but Keen was like the one guy, even on the side of KT, that came into the series and he was like a man on a mission. He's like, I am going to dunk on my lane, I'm going to get us ahead, and I'm going to carry this team. And if he keeps playing like this, I don't know if Life Esports have a chance, just because he looks pretty strong so far.
Yeah, the counter pick Gragas is not sparking a lot of joy.
No.
And I was like, oh, AP Gragas, that's interesting, but I guess it makes sense. No, it was tank Gragas. We haven't seen tank Gragas anymore for a good reason. And if you want to go this direction, King, and maybe just go Ornn. You know, at least we know Kingan's Ornn is really good, is one of our better Ornn players. Provides a lot more guaranteed utility, and even if you lose in a situation like this, imagine if you have Ornn. You're going to be feeling a whole lot better about it as, yeah, I don't think, as in many a Hanwha game, Viper is really to blame for anything that has happened.
He's doing more DPM.
Yeah.
He's actually doing more DPM than aiming right now. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of the fights were his frontline dying, and he was getting a lot of damage in, trying to carry the fights, whereas aiming was doing a lot of cleanup duty, and it's kind of what Kai'Sa does in general, especially when the team is so far ahead. So don't read into it too much, but interesting stats at this point in the game as not much else is happening. KT, again, kind of just allowed to do whatever they want, as Zeka, pretty unfortunate spot here, does have the seismic shove to at least zone him away.
That's TP.
Yeah, TP on the top side, and now the top lane is free. Like, quite literally free. Like, Hanwha Life Esports aren't even going there.
Yeah, no.
They don't even have Baron.
It is
free. Okay?
Rounds up, so hard to focus.
Gonna miss the hook. Nice dodge from Lehens behind the stump of the tower.
Kingan did nothing.
Yeah, well, that TP was pretty interesting, I have to say, but Keen is just so fed that it really doesn't matter. And they're gonna take the inhibitor and back away.
Man, imagine if Zeka did damage. That would have been cool.
Hey, he went Void Snap at least.
Yeah, I know, but if you do Leandri's, then maybe you can do more. But you know, enthusiastic teleport from Keen notwithstanding, ends up being no summon is invested for KT outside of that one teleport, getting a topside inhibitor and setting yourself up for the freest Infernal Soul in about a minute and a half. So I don't think they're going to be too bothered by that. And even if Life did hit the hook there on land, I don't know if it really would have been enough. We'll see. 20 seconds still Baron. And actually, I really give respect to KT for the previous play where they just peeled off it at 4k HP. They're like,
yeah,
why risk it? There's no need. Aiming as death cap.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Just went straight for the big boom boom spike.
Oh, yeah.
4-item Kai'Sa. And there's not a lot of tankiness here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. I mean, I guess Zeka will be able to live more because of his crown, something we always talk about, into the Kai'Sa. And you've got Gragas. The Nautilus is not very tanky at all. I mean, he has Merc Treads and an even Shroud. Like, the Kai'Sa will be able to shred through him. So, yeah, they're just going to start up the Baron. And you see that Hanwha Life Esports aren't even there.
Now, what are you going to do? Walk through the water jungle? Not going to happen. Stopwatches are being bought. NKT, I think, playing it slow makes complete sense. Why risk it, you know, if you are this far up in
Make them feel
game
pain
one?
for a longer period
Oh,
of time.
yeah. Just get that soul.
Yeah.
And
if
go
you win
from
too
there.
quickly, you know, KT did this to T1 in the playoffs, you remember?
Yep.
They beat them so hard in game one that T1 was able to bounce back. So maybe if you just relax and sit back,
See there as well, the fact that Viper is forced to go Lord Doms, which I think is the right call here, given the front line he's playing into. But it also means that he can't go for Bloodthirster, which actually allows you to heal off of the waves when you do get hit by the Kai'Sa poke. So instead, you're just gonna have to suffer as Aiming now also has an Infernal Soul on his Ws, which is not fair and not cool, and is gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, we had a recent...
Are you bringing it up?
Yeah, you know, a recent incident happening in Challengers where the Infernal Soul from the W stole a Baron.
The explosion.
Yeah, the explosion.
Stole a Baron.
Of the Infernal Soul. Not the W stealing Baron.
No, the W hit. The W hit the jungler.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay, well. Now he's not a champion anymore. Yeah, kind of still very fair. Obviously, it takes a while for you to get here, and he does have Infernal Soul. But,
they're also first.
We nerfed Zoe. Nerfed Zoe for a reason, didn't we, Chronicler?
Yeah, it's
you
fine.
You can do this from farther range.
Raynips down.
Well, they're going to give it one last go right at the end, and that's going to be the end of this Gragas. As BDD putting on a little bit of a show, he does go down, but I think this Nexus is not long for this world as long as they hit it. As Aiming just looking to get in there and kill some champions, but then they just hit the Nexus. That's game number 1, 31 minutes of absolute steamboating.
And Keen did a wonderful job with this one. Blinding Cassante and completely dominating. Very uninspiring counter pick, I think, from the Gragas, but still credit to Keen for how he played out the early laning phase. And KT in this game number 1 clearly saying, we are not bothered.
They're not even in the coach's booth. They're just like, all right, we don't even need to watch this.
No,
it's over.
Clean, start to finish, well done. And they basically won the game off of 2 plays. There was the roam from BLD towards bot side, where they got the kill. Then there was, I guess it was free, they got the top side solo kill that kind of cemented that lane. And then the bot side play. And that bot side play happened at about 15 minutes, as you see here. That's when the gold really started to spike. And from that point on, game was over. Clean, cool, and collected from KT here in game number 1.
Yeah. Not a lot of high damage, not too much action in this first one, but to me it really felt like KT, they didn't want to take any chances. They wanted to make Hama Life Esports feel the pain of losing for a full 31 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And that they did. So Hama Life Esports going to have to go back to the board. We've seen a lot of comebacks in our playoffs, and I only hope for our sake and for Hama Life Esports' sake that they can do the same. Otherwise, KT might just run away with the series. But guys, we're done with game number 1. We'll take a break, and then we'll have the space to break down that first game.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space for the regional qualifier. I am a Japanese video game company known for Shin Megami Tensei and Snowboard Kids. This is auxiliary, often in reference to auxiliary cables for analog audio and things like that. And this is a pack-hunting mammal native to Eurasia and North America. We're otherwise known as Atlas, Orcs, and Wolf, and it is time to break down that game number one.
Yeah.
I don't have much to add to that intro, though. That
It was really hard to follow that one up, to be honest.
It's a new one. I'm testing it out. I think it's a bit wordy. But let's jump into the draft and have a look at the champions that were picked in our first match. Because honestly, there's this was a bit disappointing on the Harmon Life Esports.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it, because you prioritize the Nautilus here and got Viego for Grizzly, and then you got Viper on Aphelios, which is fine, but what you gave over in return is Kaisa and Azir for aiming and BDD, and then you didn't ban Vi, instead banned Kha'Zix in the second banning phase. What's most worrisome about this for me, for Hanwha Life, is that it felt like they had to force a lot of weird priority in this draft so that Grizzly can play a comfort pick, so that Viper can play this Aphelios he's so good at. But then you also left Zeka out to dry playing Talia. He's not historically very good at mages, and even though it's a counter pick to the Azir, if that's like your answer to giving this to BDD, I'm a little bit worried about how this best of 5 is going to look.
Yeah, I feel like as well the tank Gragas wasn't really working for me. I think it's a really weird situation where like Aatrox was just kind of just glossed over in this situation, especially when, I don't know if you know this, but King is kind of known for his Aatrox a little bit, it's safe to say. And again, I feel like KT got what they want with their mid and AD carry and just built the comp around that, whereas really, it feels like the composition, as you're saying, was built around this Viego Aphelios, but are we really sold on Viego Aphelios? Not really. I don't think those picks are that justifiable to have such a high prior on, and especially when you're into like essentially KT's best picks, because when we saw KT at their best, they had that massive win streak, and they were just getting these picks again and again.
Yeah, this is peak KT. This is a KT draft that we can see. And I think that, like, Wolf and I were having this conversation. If you look at the Harmon Life Esports draft, it looks like something that Gen G would play, you know? It doesn't look like a Harmon Life Esports draft. Those ones have Sejuanis and Yones and cool things like that that really play to the strengths of these players. Let's jump into our first highlight, though, and have a look at where it all started to go wrong. Cuz just way more active on the map.
He certainly was, and this is another situation where, unfortunately, the jungler of Hanwha Life, Grizzly, a little bit behind the play here, and Life gets isolated and taken down. Pretty easy fall up there, and at the same time, Keen has been winning this lane so hard that he's had kill pressure multiple times, avoids the cast there with the W, and gets the kill with exactly the amount of damage he needs to then escape without being traded under the turret.
Yeah, and I think, obviously, we even saw in the replay as well, like, BDD was making the first move bot, so it just never was going to go right for them. Bot play secure, but, like, the solo kill top should never happen. Like, I feel like if you're picking Gragas, it's because you want to neutralize the lane, you want to scale up, you want to be relevant in team fights. How, not only, I mean, sometimes you get solo killed, right? It happens, but he was so far behind apart from that, it's pretty criminal.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at some of Keen's stats just in general here. We can bring them up. The difference in the top lane was absolutely ridiculous in this game. And we don't see Casantes getting gigantic leads like this. He's not that great at taking plates. Yes, Demolish was taken and things like this, but we often see Casante used as a neutralizer.
Yeah, and they even sent him bottom side, and he made a great macro play there when they lane swapped with aiming. Like, he was just all over the place, and then he made some really clutch plays bottom in that one team fight we're going to take a look at a little bit later on. But, I mean, the guy just absolutely destroyed Kingen, and this is a good sign for KT, because I feel like towards the end of round 2 and in playoffs, Keen didn't look himself. Not that he was playing badly, but he wasn't at his peak form. This looks like peak Keen.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you end up putting your top lane in a bad matchup and they fall behind, it's like, okay, that sucks, but we kind of knew it was going to happen. When you put them in a matchup like this and they get gapped this hard, it's like, oh, what do we do? This was the safe matchup. Like, this was the, okay, just go even. What's the solution? I think that's kind of the struggle I'm seeing here.
Well, it's not Highlight 2. That is not the solution for Harmon Life Esports, unfortunately. This was where they lost the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, they really decided when Lehens decides to make the call to go in that they're going to opt into a 4v4 here. They have both teleports expended in order to actually commit to this play. Now, Keen also has teleport, has taken that top turret out, so he can safely decide to join the fight if he wants to. KT bait them in here as well. You could say that the Leaper's Wall isn't great, and Hanwha Life overextend. Once Grizzly is down here, Life can only try to buy his team time, and then watch some of these plays we're going to see here from Keen as he gets into the thick of things with Lehens wrapping around. This flash play to get the knock-up onto Zeka puts him in range, and then Lehens just watches, absorbs that damage as Keen continues to push through, gets another knock-up at max range there. And that was basically the beginning of the end of the game.
And the target selection was so good there because that didn't feel like a 5v5. That felt like a 5v1 several times in a row where like they pick off someone who's like slightly out of position, they catch them out, and just repeat and repeat and repeat. It just looked like KT domination.
It certainly did, and it was done from extreme comfort. It does give Life Esports some room to pivot, and I'd like to revisit the draft if we can, and just have a little bit of a discussion as to what needs to be changed here for Life Esports to get themselves back into the groove and to stop KT from running them over.
I think we need to see, I think some of the problems that we're seeing in this draft needed to be fixed during that huge break that Hanwha had after they were knocked out of playoffs fairly early. I think looking at how they pushed this high priority on the Nautilus and the Viego makes me worried. The preparation going to this series might have been micro-based and not overarching big picture on what these drafts need to look like. And I don't know if you can fix that in a best of 5 here in this Worlds qualifier.
I think Life Esports looked best. Their return to form that we saw when they kind of lent into these big carries for Zeka, going into like, we're just going to win 5v5s. And it's hard to do that against KT because the early game is so convincing. But with this draft, it kind of just felt like, okay, you lost early, game's over. I would at least like them to have a composition where it's like, okay, have a strong mid-jungle combo, try and send it in the team fights, and, might just be able to find some pitches.
Well, we'll see whether they can. It is now time to throw it back to the casters as Life Esports attempt to fix the issues.
Thank you, Spaceman, for that breakdown as we are moving into game number 2 to see if they can fix the issues or if KT is just going to run away with a third-place seed from Korea. And that's, only a couple of wins away for this one as she's adding up all of the expenses, but also the gain from winning this one at the end. So hopefully they can get it done.
I don't know a whole lot, but I know that you got to balance it out. That's important. I'm not great at accounting, guys. I strayed away from anything too businessy for basically my entire life, and I'm going to keep it that way. Going into the second game here, I want to echo with the space, which was so wonderfully introduced by Atlas, although I do have one piece of criticism. Obviously, Atlas is more known for Persona, and going for Shin Megami Tensei instead, it's like, that's cool. It's a bit hipstery. I would have expected
it's very Atlas.
better from him. Well, I know that he likes Persona, so that just disappointed me a little bit. Just wanted to put it out there. Although the fact that Wolf was on the space might have had something to do with that, because I know he's a huge fan. Great games. Not going to go into it. Hanwha Life needs to find a different approach, and Keen might end up blinding something again, and maybe this time we counter it with something that's actually a counter, but at the same time, maybe Hanwha Life isn't confident in a carry matchup King and can have the impact that he needs, as the Viego ban gonna come through instead here.
Yeah, also playing from the red side is KT, so if you really wanted to, you could force a great matchup for Keen in the top lane. Now, let's see what they actually do go for, as Xayah and Viego bans here alongside of the Alistair. Do you consider denying the Kai'Sa? No, they're just going to take away Nico. Still a lot of strong stuff available with all of this focus. Once again on Maokai and Sejuani from the side of KT, even on the red side. So let's see what this first pick. Oh, it's just Zeri.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they would go Zeri or Kai'Sa, but we've seen that a lot of players have actually been happy picking the Zeri into it and being able to have a higher impact early on. We'll see what Aiming wants to opt into. If
Kai'Sa.
I assume it will be, but I wouldn't be surprised if they end up going for like Nautilus Aphelios to try and find a different angle, but Nautilus Kai'Sa obviously still very, very good. Lahens actually gets to play an engage support that is at the higher end, right? The Alistair and the Nautilus have basically been banned against him for what, like 6 games
a while.
in a row? Yeah. T1 started doing it, and then it worked very well. And then, KT didn't really get the opportunity to try and pivot away from that until now. Hanwha Life, again, are going to have to face BDD, his Azir, and I hope that this time they get a draft that allows for Zeka to pick Yone. Because if Zeka's not doing anything and BDD just gets to be himself on Azir, you're not winning.
Yeah, I think that Yone, funnily enough, is probably best with Sejuani or Maokai. Unfortunately, both of those are taken away. So is Viego. So in terms of comfort for Grizzly, we've taken one step further. Plus, if they do want to go for Yone, I think it would be a little bit of a struggle. There are ways to make it work. So instead, he's just going to play Ari.
Ari Vi, maybe?
Well,
We know that's not it.
you're not playing top Kaisa, so...
Oh, it's top Zeri.
Ah, yes. Jungle Kaisa.
That's dark tech. Vi makes the most sense. We'll end up getting locked in here. And the Vi-Ari combo, at least gonna give Zeka and Grizzly some great tools. I think that the Ari also is a much better fit for Zeka. Ari, even though she is, kind of a hybrid character, is definitely a lot more aggressive, which I think is where he thrives. His control mage play, we saw it in the previous game as well. How many sideline impact did you actually see him have on a Talia? His walls were pretty lackluster, particularly when compared to BDD. And now KT are on red side, but they have arguably even more strength because they got Lens on Nautilus.
Yeah. And they didn't get the Vi for the Zeri as well. But you've got Nautilus, which is another point and click. And you have the best champions for BDD and aiming, respectively, with the Azir and Kaisa. Again, on red side.
We learned that banning aiming's Kaisa is just a good call.
Yeah,
This is what
just
they
do
got
it.
the absurd win streak with, right? What was it like? Ended up, you can ban the Kaisa. And obviously that does mean maybe giving over either the Xayah, which I think would be my main one. I think that aiming Xayah is fine, but it's not nearly as high as the level of his Zeri or his Kaisa.
Especially that Kaisa, I think you can't give him that comfort. He's
I
just
agree.
too good on the pick. That Kaisa's still strong. Either way, we'll see if How Life Esports have the answer for it this time around. Perhaps a strong mid-jungle can get the job done because that's what they have mainly indexed into. As Rakan going to be the final ban here. Lots of support focus, as we have been seeing nowadays, even in our playoffs and finals.
Rel means that Cuz will be able to play it, but also denies it from Life himself. Now, obviously with the Vi, I do think you can actually opt into an Enchanter support here. Lulu would be one that you could normally think about, but playing Lulu into Nautilus definitely isn't a fun experience. We'll see what Life ends up going with, as this time, Cuz, which I assume it's Cuz, we don't actually know for sure, can of course also be a top lane Poppy, so I actually like this. Keeps your drop pretty flexible, can give that to Keen. If the matchup is good, can also allow Cuz to play it.
Kingan's like, man, that Cassante character is so OP. I want to play that champion.
Is this where Keen locks in Gragas and just wins? That would be very I don't think you should, because I think tank Gragas is bad. But it would be very funny.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
No,
he'll
he
probably
should.
play Aatrox, honestly.
Aatrox,
right? You have
Poppy,
the tank jungle.
Fine as well.
I think it's, yeah.
Oh, Life, what is
Uh-oh,
this?
what's he doing? Well,
What's
what are you
happening?
doing, Life? Why are you giggling? Okay, it's Blitzcrank.
That's fine.
The Crank?
Is coming back. But last time we saw Live on Blitz, I don't remember it being that great. I mean, the last Blitzcrank we saw was Lives, which was oh, I love that. Keen on the Malphite. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
For him.
For him, yes. He has showcased multiple times that he can win this matchup. Even when Cassante first joined Summoner's Rift. So I think it's good. You already have a lot of damage with the Azir and Kaisa. Just gives you that extra bit of wombo combo, that extra bit of engage to shut down Azeri if she gets too out of control.
And I love the draw from KT. You have a really strong mid-jungle duo.
Yeah.
Poppy, Azir generally, as good as BDD is, isn't really about, the mid-jungle 2v2, but with Poppy, I actually think you get a ton of extra power. You have a really strong tank towards the top side, aiming on his most comfortable champion. And as well, for Hanwha Life, yes, they are in the upper bracket, but imagine if they get 3-0'd here again. Then they would have lost to Genji, I think was a 3-0. Then they will lose to KT, or they lost to KT in a 3-0, very one-sided.
Yeah.
And then they will have lost they will be on a 9-game losing streak going in. And then I don't care who they're facing between DRX or D+, you're not going to be feeling too confident.
That guy was doing some chemistry on us, man. I think we've had accounting today. We had some chemistry. Let's let's focus on the gaming, okay, guys?
We're out of our comfort zone.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't want to focus on the schooling. It really does feel like KT kind of got a extremely good draft. Let's see how this one is going to go, though, in the play, in the execution. So we hop on the rim for game 2.
세관사의 학교가 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Here we go, game number 1. As maybe a little bit of invade shenanigans. Keenanka's already spotted, so is BDD. As it's Blitzcrank. Let's see if they go for a blind hook on the Pixel Brush here. Lahens is positioned on the backside of it, but can still get hit. But now he's leaning
The
forward.
zoom in!
미니언들이
Oh, they got him! And now he's got a flash. Should be able to get away. But a nice start here for Humble Life Esports.
And obviously does have Hex Flash, so the Summoner isn't going to feel too bad. The health, though, that's the big thing, right? Because with Nautilus already having to chug one of his potions, already being at half health this early on, might be an opportunity for Viper and Life to take some control of the lane early on. Every time I see Blitzcrank hook, I'm like, man, that guy's mana pool is just...
He's fine.
Like, he'll be okay. You know,
Yeah.
it's a very early hook. And as it turns out, Lahens will be okay now. Actually, used both his potions. So not going to be feeling too rough here. Once we get to the actual laning phases, we will see. Viper and Life definitely going to be important if Humble Life want to actually take a win here. As Blitzcrank, as we have seen many a time, comes down to how much can you do in the fights and how many hooks can you land. Because if you don't land anything, you don't do a whole lot.
Yeah, it's pretty important. And later on, we will see Life is going to be kind of a hook bot. As a nice little try from Lahens with the Hex Flash. As he's hitting level 2, very nice timing. But yeah, can be very volatile. Either you hit the hook and you change the course of the game, or you miss it, and then the enemy just runs at you, and the Blitzcrank looks kind of silly. And definitely a little bit of that on the side of Humble Life Esports. You've got terms and stuff. At least the Vi is definitely going to be some reliable CC, where you might as well have been missing some.
The main issue I have with Humble Life is that obviously they do have a ton of upfront diving power available here. As I think Zeka trying his best to punish BDD as much as possible here. Is that the counter dive on KT is so good. With Poppy and Azir specifically, even if Grizzly dives in onto a target, like normally the follow-up would be pretty good between Viper and Zeka and Kingen, but between Statfast Presence and the Azir wall and the threat of it, can actually be very hard to get onto a target reliably. I do think that contrary to the previous game, if you do get BDD or aiming, this comp kind of falls apart because you are very reliant on the damage of specifically those two. So I wouldn't be surprised if aiming actually ends up going from EB. Kaisa here has gone for lethal tempo, and we are also looking at a composition which has a lot of magic damage from the top side, so...
Yeah. Also, you know, a lot of the time the enemy is going to be within range of you.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of protection as well, so if you are in melee range, you're actually going to be doing a lot of damage, so you don't have to sit back and just poke, and it kind of nicely rounds out your damage profile. As we do have Cuz here, level 4 already, as Life is just going to flash away, decides I'd rather not play with fire here.
And not going to take any risks. Good call, I do think, but...
He's still here.
Yeah. I mean, he topside jungle is coming up, but not for... And do note as well, Viper went for heal, which makes sense, because there isn't a lot of cleansable.
Here
Yeah,
we go.
Try.
Gonna look for, no, gets behind the minions. And Cuz shows again, so yeah,
Ooh,
Grizzly
Grizzly.
here.
Might have an opportunity here. Remember, Lahens doesn't have...
X flash to the side of Life this time, and that's a hook, but it is nicely buffered this time by Lahens, who's going to use his own big hook to get away.
Really nicely done. Grizzly with the E reset should be able, gets the ward, so that at least is nice. I'm wondering, are they actually going to go in aggressively here? It looks like they just want to secure some vision and leave it at that. I don't think diving this really is a course of action that you can take.
Don't.
And they are not taking the risk. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree, but we've seen some teams, when pushed into uncomfortable positions, make some decisions that are ill-advised.
Questionable.
Yes.
Lens is doing a great job of just being the bodyguard in the bottom lane. That's what he has to do. He can soak hooks. He can stop dives very nicely. This Nautilus is prioritized for a reason, especially for a player like Lehens. And they're going to be totally fine. And I think it's just going to come down to Viper versus Aiming later on in the game to see how they farm up and who's going to be doing a lot more damage. Life still looking for angles, but he's sitting on a ward as they knew that was coming. Now this one is going to come in here. Ignite already used on top of Life as the slow a little bit too much to get over.
Oh, Cuz.
He's just trying to steadfast presence his way out of this one. Is still very tanky. Decides not to flash just yet, as they do not want to fight over this one, and just walks away.
And that is a big health gain, but because of the trade towards bot side and Life already being low, I don't know if this will actually open up the opportunity for them to go for a pick, as BDD, I think, should still be fine here.
Charm is going to land. The flash comes in. BDD just sweeps them away and says, yeah, cool story, brothers. I will just stash away. I am Azir.
And Grizzly desperately want to try to make something happen there, but BDD, I think, great read. Zeka not going to use more Summoners, right? Flash and ult still available, but if Cuz is there and you end up going close to the turret, you might end up dying. So instead, BDD trades positively. Ult for Flash will take any time. Grizzly still no level 6, and as a result, these plays not really working out.
Yeah, definitely pretty hard forced, and BDD's totally fine even by himself. Cuz does show towards mid, just to say, hey, I'm here, just in case you want to try for any follow-up shenanigans. It's going to allow BDD to push the lane out. And once again, does feel like some more aggressive plays this time from the side of Home Life Esports, but a lot of them being neutralized early on. As KT haven't had a big issue. As we definitely like the Malphite a lot more than the tank Gragas in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think the Cassante still getting some leads in lane is fine. Picking up a blade or two, not going to be the end of the world. The main thing with the Gragas is, as we saw, that it has actually been nerfed pretty consistently and doesn't really provide that much. Also thinking, and just didn't look that good when it came to the fights and the setups. As we do have some aggression here towards the top side of the map. Grizzly is level 6. They are spotted here. And Lehens is there, so they're up a member.
Yeah, at this point in time, you see Cuz trying to get this one started, trying to do some damage in onto King of the max range hook. Not going to land from the side of Lehens, but they bully them off of the Rift Scuttler. And that is going to give them some extra positioning.
Aiming did Gromp. So he's like, yeah, well, Lehens is leaving me. I don't know when Cuz is going to come towards this side of the map, so might as well. Aiming does have to be careful here.
Yeah.
And yeah, definitely should just respect. Giving up a play, not going to feel great, but definitely better than the alternative.
Yeah. You give up a plate, you don't have to give up much farm of your own. Miss like maybe 2 or 3 CS. Not a big deal for what you gained on the top side of the map. Aiming still ahead on CS himself. Help that he got 4 from the jungle as well.
Grizzly has ultimate. I wonder if they want to try and go for a play, but it doesn't look like they are. And if this Humble Life composition doesn't get any mid-game leads or any big fights where, you know, Grizzly and Zeka go in, maybe you isolate a target, take him down, or you allow Viper to go in and pick up a kill or two, something that KT actually have been very good at doing. I do think this composition is going to feel pretty lackluster once you get to the mid to late stages of the game, where aiming is going to be a really big, reliable carry threat. You are going to be fighting these 5v5s where it'll be very hard to use the skirmishing power of this comp, as they're going to try and fight it. I think they should be able to at least bully them off.
All right, nice little all out over the wall, way over the wall, but Cuz is already here. And so they're trying to help him out. Zeka also here, Cuz kind of in no man's land now as he's trying to ult away the Cassante. Flash in from Zeka. Doesn't look like he has the range to actually get in there onto Keen. As now Cuz just on the run, trying not to get charmed here. One more Spirit Rush, and KT just run away.
And Zeka, target selection there, not great. If they focus down Cuz, that is a guaranteed kill. Instead, tries to go for both, but Keen with Flash and Ultimate still up, not going to be a suitable target. Do you think the Herald should go over here? But KT were able to pick up 2 plates towards the bot side of the map, so and they didn't end up giving up a kill. So I think they're going to be very happy with that outcome.
Yeah, you got 2 plates in bot, you got 1 in mid. You didn't go down. I was just exasperated by the fact that KT, they were just allowed to run away.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think it was still the right play. They kind of got caught with their pants down, and Humble Life Esports were not able to punish at all. They did get the Rift Herald, so at least they did get that. Grizzly does pick it up for free as he's buying some items and going back. He has 3 off of his call. Kind of unfortunate for Viper, but not the end of the world.
Every time I see aiming by Stormrazor, I can't help but remember. it never stops being fun.
Yeah.
I'm so happy they included it. True. If you didn't watch it at the end of the finals, we had a video which also spoke about the triple shiv incident.
Yeah.
1 for aiming, 1 for Umti, and then 1 for because Umti called for a pause, but the item wasn't actually banned. And then 1 for Doran, who was wondering why his shiv didn't work. And it was because he hadn't bought one yet.
He didn't have it.
The comms of his teammates being like, you don't have shiv. And he'd be like, oh. This is one of my favorite moments. But talking about the Stormrazor, I don't think we've actually heard him talk about it yet. My read is that specifically you try and use the Energize proc to keep up with Zeri and don't get outspaced, but I don't know. I don't feel the item is in that great a spot, and I think the Kraken Slayer was really good into the multiple tanky members on the enemy team. But this is consistent. He did this in the that was another. Keeps happening. And you know what the funniest thing is? Kingen actually had a lead, but because of the whole topside play, them chasing, and then Kingen rotating to mid to catch the wave to make sure PDD couldn't get more plates, Keen actually is no longer behind in minions. And he'll give up another plate, but
yeah,
I think he's going to be too sad.
Not much that Malphite can do about that. You're not going to be punishing the Cassante. It's mostly just picked to match it and then be a unstoppable force when it comes to the team fights later on. And so he's doing that at least. But a couple of plates already going over to Kingen. It's not bad. It's not quite the lead we had in Game 1 for Keen, but still going to be feeling pretty good. As Grizzly still looking for his first real gang.
Again, though, look at mid. We already have the roam coming through it from BDD. This could be a disaster.
Yeah, they're going in onto Viper. We even got teleport coming in, but they blow up Lahens, who is already out of this one. As now another TP coming in. They really want to get on top of the rest of the members and get some value as Viper just goes over the wall. The arm misses from Keen. And yes, they will get 1 kill, but they used a lot of teleports to get it done.
That's actually not too bad for Hanwha as long as they don't get dove here, but a lot of the ultimates already used.
Well, they're kind of sticking around. Grizzly going to get over the wall here, just knocked against it. Down he will go, but the traded junglers comes in. Viper too low, and he's just going to get poked down, and down will go Zeka as well. They stay and fight under the turret, and they get absolutely washed.
And as it turns out, even without Keen or Cuz having their ultimates, just BDDs and aimings is enough. Lahens?
Okay, I mean, this is still Cassante. He's getting on in. 1 more would do it. Q3 in the flash, and Lahens just stands still. He still could die. I'm not sure why he stood still, and he will die. Kingen says thank you very much for the donation.
Yeah, so I think Kingen meant to flash Q, and then that didn't work out, and then Lahens, I guess, was toning in. I don't know. And then ended up dying. So the reason why this play ends up working out, I think, is because there's teleport advantage. The saving grace is that Lahens dies immediately. So you do have a 4 versus 4 here, but Humble Life is not in a great position. They already used a lot of their burst and lockdown on a non-essential member. But then the fact that Keen misses this ultimate is so big. We do see that they then extend the play, and this is a 4 versus 3. And they are able to actually make it work. I think that most notably Grizzly ends up going in on Cuz here. Doesn't actually get a whole lot of lockdown, and Poppy's so tanky that even with him dying, it buys all the space that they needed. And then here, yeah, Lahens,
I don't really want to watch this again, to be honest.
This just wasn't the best moment.
Yeah, so Kingen, he first off, he tries to give flash, messes it up. Lehens stands there, and then Kingen's like, I'm Cassante, I have a Q3.
He tried to
Why are you still
use
here?
flash and just buffer out of the queue, but he missed the wall.
Yeah.
So he just died.
Could have looked cool, but instead looked a little silly.
I'd say very silly. But that is Lehens.
Quite silly, yeah, you know.
Quite silly, as we have the same dragons.
If you can't get him at his silliest, you don't deserve him. True. When he's well, actually,
at his
that's not true.
MVPs.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, same dragons as you pointed out. Very strange. I guess the Rift Heralds?
What we're learning is that even though we already learned this lesson like at the beginning of the split, is that Cassante is OP. Because he won another lane. It's the only answer.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with Keen teleporting towards bot. And the
파랑팀의 포탑이
gold
파괴되었습니다.
difference is looking real interesting. Hanwha Life now behind again because Aiming and Lehens actually got the bot side turret. With the back here for Aiming though, I wonder if Hanwha Life are going to use the opportunity.
Oh god.
Ice cold from Lehens. Yeah, they could have just gone for Drake.
Yeah.
Because Aiming is level 1 ultimate, so actually him joining the fight, I think he would have had enough time, but now it's going to be a straight up 5v5 here.
Well, that's going to show you what's what. Life is going to hit the hook here onto BDD, but he has the crown finished already, so Life is just gone away as now Vi taken away. Zeka's still here, but the follow-up with the depth charge is pretty huge. From Lehens, the damage not enough just yet, but Kingen, oh, he's going to get hooked around the dragon, and the dragon knockup prevents Lehens from going over the wall. It was pretty unlucky there for Life Esports, but still a nice setup here for KT, who will take down the Cloud Drake.
I don't know, maybe Lehens in his previous life was a dragon tamer and he's just his buddy. But that should have been at least a 1-for-1 kill. I don't think it would have mattered though, because even if Lehens ends up dying there, KT get the dragon, right? KT build themselves up to a 2-gold Drakely. They will trade favorably because it would have been Kingen being traded for Lehens, but instead they just get everything. And I think Cuz's ultimate being really big there, him knocking away Divine means that a lot of the offensive power of Hanwha's comp is taken away, but also Hanwha playing the style of like aggressive mid-jungle comps and then not being aggressive with the mid-jungle just is it's a little disappointing. You know, I think the golden standard for this specific one too has been Peanut and Chovy. And they've I think they've mostly let it go. We did see still a lot of bans towards one or two of the duo, but back when it was a little bit stronger like the second or third round of Vi nerfs, they were, to me, the team that was best at using this for all its aggressive pressure, and just haven't really seen a whole lot of that. And I also think it's because this composition is kind of rough to play it into, as you're 5 levels down Life, and that's a crown. So not a whole lot happens, and then Kingdom gets isolated, doesn't have the flash available, is denied an all-out combo, and then this. It's so funny.
1초 1초 교환해볼게. 우리 교환하자. 와, 용의 그거 됐네.
He was very unhappy with that.
Should have been a kill, and if that's a kill on a Viper, you know, in the grand scheme of things, probably not going to be the difference maker, but could have been.
Yeah.
Some extra gold on your main carry.
Yeah, he's been getting trolled a bit in this game by Nautilus himself, but also by the Dragon.
It's fine. All you
that
need
every
is
day.
one hook on Aiming and you can win the game.
True.
Just have to keep fishing.
Yeah, just keep fishing.
Just keep fishing.
See how it goes. I mean, it certainly does feel like, you know, the game could go either way, but KT have been looking still better in these team fights, which is something we saw in Game 1 as well. Obviously, a lot more one-sided that game, but let's see about this. Life Esports are sticking around the Baron.
I'll take it. It's not a blowout. You know, and after Game 1, that's all we can hope for.
All right, they're going to get the Crown Azir once again as a nice little silence on the Poppycopter. BDD is just dead, but so is Vi. As Viper staying alive here, the Charm going to go down on the lands, but the flash holds in, and Viper misses his own flash and immediately dies. That is just the end of the fight right there, unless Cassante can do Cassante things. As the AD Kaisa looks like it will be enough. Double kill here as well for Keen. And only Zeka remains at the end of the contest.
And Keen with a possibly game-turning ultimate there. Really, really important
Do Baron.
that he lands that. Ooh, that is somewhat risky. Zeka, though, the only one. Yeah, I think that with Cuz still alive, aiming has so much damage for this objective. We do see Grizzly and Life on the way. TP available. I think they get it.
I think they do. Zeka on the Ahri, unfortunately, just, can't really do much alone, and the rest of the team is too late. He's not even there anymore. He's just knocked away. As Cuz gets his ult back, and that's Baron at 20 minutes for KT.
And I want to look again, because the initial setup actually here is really nice. So you hook BDD, and even with Cuz trying to run interference, I think Live was able to cancel his ultimate.
Yeah.
And then watch this. It's flash ult, and Viper doesn't get the flash on the ult, and then there's a really tragic flash into the wall. But like, if he flashes the initial ult, like this is winnable, right? Because imagine if you have Zeri here. But instead, Keen catches him off guard. Aiming has a great ultimate. Again, don't give him Kaisa. Why would you? Please stop. And
We've seen too many games of this.
This has happened so many times. And
Do
Keen,
it for the casters.
great performance. Aiming, looking clean. And yeah, there's no way this charges. And even the...
Aiming got the 25.
Even better. I don't know what Aiming's KD on Kaisa is over like the games that he's been able to play it, but I'm pretty sure that we are learning here a lesson that we had already learned. And, I think the team fighting from KT deserves all the credit, but it's Hanwha Live's reluctance to adopt their drafts, which doesn't bode well for them. Not just in his best of 5, but for making it to Worlds in the first place. And on a roster with 3 world champions,
So
that's not going to be feeling great.
Grizzly is setting up for some kind of flank. Meanwhile, Zeka's going top without teleport.
He's fine, he's dead. He's given up.
Well, yeah, but
I know.
it feels like we're just not on the same page. Like, it's just a single Ocean Drake, and yeah, it's Ocean soul points, but, anyway, just looked a little bit funky there in terms of the macro, and KT, now that they got the Baron, they got that fight, are just looking to take a big chunk out of the game.
And one of the biggest and coolest things that I thought we saw in the trends that we could witness in the playoffs was how drafts adopted based on team strength. We saw, I think, one of the big reasons why Genji versus T1 was a 3-0. I think Genji would have always won, right? They just looked like the better team in any ways. Hold that thought.
Okay, they do have a lot of CC here for Cuz. They get the pick, and that's what this comp is meant to do. So they get the job done once, and that'll be enough as the Baron buff is running out.
That's actually really big because it means that the Baron power play won't be more than 2k, which is salvageable, as well as the fact that Viper picks up the kills. So you're going to be feeling good about that one. But as I was saying, one of the reasons why I think the finals was a 3-0 was specifically because you saw that the lessons that KT had to learn over a best of 5 against T1, as this is, it's a blitzcrank group, ends up dying, were that there were specific champions that T1 was always going to gravitate towards, and then they tailored their plans to take down those champions, right? We had the Silas, we had Chovy playing as Talia, and it all works out really, really well. And for Hanwha, it doesn't feel like that's the case. KT showed a lot, and so many other teams have learned that there are specific champions you just shouldn't let them have. And they then come in and be like, hey, but what if we did?
What if we did let them have it? What happens then?
Yeah.
Oh, apparently that happens.
Hey, they could still win this game. I don't think it's unsalvageable by any means.
Yeah.
Although bounties are up, I think mostly due to the fact that the Dragons are very favorably stacked towards KT, and there are still, 2 outers and 3 inners up here for them as well.
Wow. You're on a ward. Okay, they're going to kind of sniff this one out and just take the top turret. Not too much happening right now when there's no big objectives. So KT, they're just grouping up. They're like, okay, we're not going to play the side lane game. We will excel if we are here as a 5-man unit. So we're just going to do that. Or at least as a 4-man.
Kingen does have TP. They can go for a double flanker if they want to. He is on the wave right now.
KT just thinking about getting into the enemy jungle as BDD is going to follow up here. And KT just out-rotate them into mid. So they're just going to get another turret here, and maybe a bit more. I mean, this is all happening so fast that Humble AP Sports not really able to get in position to answer this, as Grizzly once again is getting over the wall for a big flank. But your inhibitor's about to go down.
There's also a Nazir turret here, so he's gonna get spotted.
Right, well, Kingen tries to get on in there with that flash, and now he is just going to go all out. The flank does come in to get the hook on a BDD, as the follow-up is just not there. This area he can't do anything, as Viper was just back in the base buying, I guess?
No, I think Cuz knocked him away.
Oh, okay,
So,
well,
that's
the end of that.
That's just this game, I guess.
I guess so. As the flash comes in, and the last person they want to take out is Viper, as he will flash away. He did get a stopwatch, but now he is just dead. Aiming has his own. Has a lot of low health bars here on the side of KT. Can they end it? As Cassante is going 1v4. The rest of the team just trying to hit the Nexus. It didn't have to be this crazy, but it is becoming this crazy as BDD goes into a stopwatch, and that should be enough. A couple more autos, and they end game number 2. KT are one away from going to Worlds.
And on life, I gotta say, the coordination on that final engage just nowhere to be seen. And unfortunately, I think that you saw the speed with which KT rotated. Really good, good highlight. Go, shove top, then rotate through, read the gank or the possible flank that was coming through from Grizzly, and then immediately ensure that you are able to rotate to mid, push that out. And flank didn't end up working very well. Maybe we'll get to see it in the highlights. I assume Viper just got knocked away.
Look at that grab.
Yeah, but to be fair, like if you go to most of the game before it ended, that was a 2.2k lead. That is completely manageable.
Yeah.
Like that's not a game. It's not like game 1. There's not a game-losing deficit. This was faster than game 1, Valdez.
The issue was with how they managed the manageable situation.
They didn't. They didn't manage it at all.
They need a manager.
Looking
to
good.
Help them. Yeah, KT, you know, definitely the favorites coming into the series, and I think we're beginning to see more of why, as all the fans are cheering them on. Just one game away from making it to Worlds. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
CC만 해줘. CC.
내가 공서 있어.
나 탱 해줄게.
끝한대 노플.
야, 대리 봐봐. 대리 얘들아. 나 탱해. 대리 프린터 얘들아.
한번 빠질게, 한번 빠질게.
대리 노플.
천천히.
타워. 맞아. 한번 맞아.
못 빠져.
타워.
타워. 내가 죽었다.
타워 쳐봐.
타워 칠게. 타워, 다 같이 타워 쳐. 타워.
깨지냐 이거?
바이 3초. 나이스.
Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking away, ticking
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen, where KT moved to match point. They are one victory on Summoner's Rift away from the World Championships as our third seed. A spot that some of us thought they would already have by now, weren't able to against T1. Now here we are with them towering over Harmalife Esports in a massive way. And as we bring up the draft, gentlemen, is there hope? We were looking for it after the last game and we didn't find very much.
Not so much for me. I mean, the Zeri priority I'm fine with. But going into Ahri, Vi here with Zeri, those two, like Zeri with the front line, with the Cassante, those two champions versus what Ahri, Vi want to do are completely different. And sometimes, if you can get that initial pick, you just turn it into a 5v4 fight straight up, and then the Zeri will be able to win by just war of attrition. There's just too many bodies, right, in front of you for anyone to get on top of her. But where's the strategy? Like, where's the plan here on Walife? I feel extremely disappointed with how they've drafted these first two games.
You know, I don't even feel like you can have advanced takes on this. You can say, like, you know, they could tweak this or just that. for me, just stop giving them Azir Kai'Sa. Even if the draft ends up being pretty rough, or you have to leave over some other OP stuff, you're 2-0 down, just stop giving them Azir Kai'Sa. They're really good at these champions. They really like these champions. They'll pick them every time they're open. You can deny the Azir pick if you're on blue side. You could ban the Kai'Sa away, you know? I just feel like it's frustrating because it was so clear how good they were on these champions in the regular season. It's so clear from game one that you cannot handle them and these champions that are hyper-mobile, super big carries, very relevant to 2 items. And then they leave it open again. It's like, well, now you go into game 3, you're 2-0 down in a rough spot. If I see Kai'Sa and Azir again for KT, then I don't even know what to say. But Honor Life Esports, stop giving KT everything they want. You know, before even looking at the fact that I agree with Wolf, I don't think their draft works so well. Stop giving them everything they want.
Don't ban Xayah against aiming. Just don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, ban Kai'Sa. If you're going to ban one champion away from aiming, there's 2, right? There's Zeri. You can do that. That's allowed. If you have first pick, you don't have to do it because you can first pick it. And Kai'Sa. It's just, I don't know, it seems very simple. They also left the Poppy through, which is tough because you don't want to deal with Jax here for Keen either, but...
This is too deep. Start with the simple stuff, right? They couldn't even get that right.
I think like starting at the very beginning is fine. We're going to start at the very beginning of the game for our first highlight. Let's jump into that here because here towards the bottom side of the map is where all of the cacophony of crazy went wrong. And Viper did manage to get a kill. And that is definitely good news.
Yeah, this wasn't really the cleanest teleport engage here from the side of KT. They're really greedy. They want to actually kill all 4, and in trying to do so, will struggle to actually kill more than 1 here. But then, as this continues, as we roll it forward, Honor Life think they can actually defend this turret and keep Viper alive. The heal is committed here, and then Grizzly re-engages, and it's a disaster. They focus him down instantly, and then Viper is trying to salvage the play, but he's Zeri, he's not online. It was just super messy. Like, KT were like, oh no, we should have gotten 4. It's a 1-for-1, and then Honor Life thought, it's not a 1-for-1.
Yeah, like I feel like KT made a lot of mistakes there, and I think if this had been against the likes of Gen G T1, they would have got crucified for that. And here they end up winning the game off the back of it. So Honor Life Esports kind of just funneled in. I think especially like Viper over-committing to try and get the Poppy kill. It's like, okay, sure, but you're now in melee range of a Malphite, and he just E's once, and you're not teamfighting anymore. It's just over.
It was really rough. And from the very beginning, it felt like KT just have that overwhelmingly large amount more confidence over what Honor Life Esports have here. And yes, they'll have another chance, but this is looking dire. This is where the game officially ended, and it was off the back of a decent little pickoff onto BDD.
Look at how long BDD lives, and he's also able to trade the kill back onto Grizzly there with the Emperor's Divide. And then Zeka here sets up a bunch of damage onto Lehens, but it's a flash play from Keen as Viper just steps too far forward. There's no vision over the wall, and they know that because they have a control ward there, so it's really easy for Keen to know guaranteed he's going to get the jump on Viper, and even a world champion like him just doesn't have the reaction time to survive it.
Yeah, and I think going into this next game, I think Honor Life Esports should go back to what is simple and what works well for them. Dive comps. Everyone on the team should have a form of either engaging or follow up and engage, things like Kai'Sa, things like Yone, and just draft these really easy to play compositions that have champions that really work for them. Things like the Yone have worked well. Deny the Azir, which is obviously a very safe champion, hard to engage on, and give that a go. Do I think that means if they do that, they'll be able to beat KT? Possibly not, because KT look really good right now in comparison, but that is their best chance, and I want to see them go out and give their best effort. Yes, they'll still be in the gauntlet. They lose this, but they really need to show more life here.
I'd like to see them pick up Azir and just all in on like Viper's Aphelios and try to peel for and play Cassante again, have it front to back, because if you want to play through dive, you certainly can do that, but KT looked just more clutch on the day, and we saw a 50-50 comp there. I'd much rather see front to back play around Viper because he's been the best performing player on the day.
The main thing is commit to one. Commit to one, like commit to a play style.
Yes. Yeah. I actually, I have like a crazy idea, guys. Hear me out. Like, ban out all of the champions that aiming can play and then pick Azir.
So Kai'Sa and
Kai'Sa, Xayah, Zeri. Just ban all 3 of them.
I think you're okay with Xayah going open, honestly. I don't think he's in the hard.
Maybe ban like,
just 2?
I don't know, one of the other champions in his wheelhouse and then give Viper the best shot possible because we know he's got a very deep champion pool. That's kind of my Hail Mary. I don't necessarily know. We'll have to find out, though. Let's throw it back to the casters and get into what could be the final game of the series.
Thank you, gentlemen of the space, as we are moving into game number 3. And I just hope that it's not the last one. You know, regardless of if KT eventually wins this one, I want to see more action. I want to see closer games. How Life Esports really going to have to give it to us, because KT came in here prepared. They're playing a great game. How Life Esports have not been able to match them. And again, like the guys on the space were talking about it will start with the draft. Please ban Kaisa.
It's fine. Maybe this time they find the answer. Right?
Maybe.
There's no way they lose to it a third time. No, they will. I do agree. I think that we sometimes have a tendency to go in really hard on drafts, and then sometimes it ends up being right. But the draft is just stage setting for the game, right? But when in a high stakes best of fives, the team that beat the team that you're facing has shown that this is a very successful avenue of success. Maybe stick with it. Now, this Alistair ban I'm okay with, but please, I see another Zaya ban, I will be sad. And it, there we go!
They did it!
We learned, Feldes! We're learning here together!
Yeah. All right. So like we said, this is the first step, right? Keep it basic. You can the Zaya as well if you want. Maybe they first pick Zeri again. And Aiming's going to have to play something else. Maybe they just do something with Aphelios or...
Sure. I think BDD getting his Azir is still bad, but it's not as bad as them getting both. So I'll take it. Do you think this locks you into a B1 Zeri here to still deny Aiming one of his most comfortable champions? We'll see what it ends up being. And the
or
Zeri
they just ban it.
Yeah, I don't love that, because now Homalife can lock in Azir. I don't think that Zeka is necessarily the best Azir, but I also don't think that he's bad on it by any means. Now, that does mean that BDD is going to play Taliyah. So I don't think that KT is going to end up with, like, a bad draft because of this.
Yeah.
But I do think that they don't get the ultra mega comfort that they've been using, and they got like a 10-12 game win streak on, but they didn't drop a single one.
Yeah, exactly.
They still get Rel and Nautilus. They're not going to be sad, but maybe now you have a fighting chance.
Yeah, it's the Hail Mary that Atlas was talking about, right? Ban away Aiming's best champs. And KT helped with that. They banned away Zeri rather, and then first pick Azir and see what happens. It can't be worse than the first couple of games. So let's see if this works out for them. Azrael and Nautilus going to be really fantastic. And Nocturne, okay.
Like that. I think Nocturne is definitely a really strong pick with a ton of utility. Grizzly also on something aggressive, definitely a good avenue. Aphelios would make sense for me here, the Aphelios lock-in, because I think it's the best AD carry that is still available, the highest tier, and it kind of locks KT into either going for a counter pick now, which they can go for as the Tristana here. I assume for BDD, but maybe Aiming wants to flex it. Don't think that's likely though, and a lot of safety here for the mid laner of KT.
Yeah, should be going mid, but let's see what happens in these bans here. What do the teams think about the way this is shaping up? Another Jax ban. This time from the side of KT, so they don't want to have to deal with that. Probably going to be going into double AD carry, so Jax is going to be really strong. I think that's a good shout. But let's see what Life Esports want to ban away.
This is starting to feel like Aiming locks Ezreal, and I think that's a big win. Although with the Nautilus, it feels like you're kind of priced into going for something a little bit more aggressive. Ezreal Nautilus not really something you're going to be excited about. Although in classic KT fashion, you can use the Ezreal as just an excuse for Lehends to just leave lane, starting level 3, and never really come back, as has been the case many a time.
Yeah,
is what he likes to do.
Rakan going to be taken off, giving a much smaller champion pool, as now they say we are going to pick Cassante.
If you don't, here on 4. And I think Keen locking Cassante is perfectly fine here. Alternatively, you can just lock something for Aiming and give Keen counter pick, which I do think is more valuable. But Cassante, actually, I think Kingen did a fine job on that pick in the last game, so makes sense that they would want to take it away. For Humble Life, you have 2 tests. One is not locking in the Gragas again. So Braum is really good into Nautilus, and that's mostly it. I don't think it's great into Rel, and I don't think it's great with Nocturne. But it is happening, Valdez.
Well, yeah, he's going to hold the door. You know, there's probably double 80 carry on the side of KT, so hopefully he can find value there. It's not. It's really not good
like
into Rel. As Gnar going to be picked up. Here's the answer to Cassante.
What's it going to be for aiming? Jinx is available, but not going to be super excited about that. Ashe is obviously there. Ezreal feels like the obvious one. Draven is there as well, but the reason why I haven't mentioned it yet because Draven hasn't really worked out. It's going to be Neela instead. Definitely a strong pick, but we have seen anyone that isn't Jiwoo, you know, look a bit up and down on it. Is a pick that definitely requires a ton of mastery. Do think it works really well with the setup that they have, and means that they are effectively going to be playing kind of a dive composition. I do think it retroactively makes the Braum better though, because like playing a full short range composition into Braum is kind of a best case scenario. The Hanwha Life feels a little bit disjointed to me though, because I think Nocturne, Gnar is a really strong combo, and if you have like a Nico here, then it works out. Obviously couldn't go for that because of how the draft was warped around BDD's champion pool, but I think Hanwha Life's draft feels a little bit disjointed, but a lot of strong picks individually, and for KT it's kind of the opposite. I think it's a very cohesive draft, but the execution is going to have to be crisp, and if you misstep and over-engage into a Braum, into an Azir, you can really get punished.
Talking more about the big game, and she's open about Silver Scrapes. I mean, could still happen. We've seen it happen already in this playoffs, but this is a whole new beast. The World Regional Qualifiers for 2023 for Korea. KT, they're just one game away from getting this seed, the third seed from Korea, and it may just happen here, but no, we'll see what Hanwha Life Esports have to say about that with a pretty interesting draft.
There is no Kai'Sa or Azir on the enemy team, so homework well done. Will that be enough? I'm not so sure, but at least it feels like Hanwha gave themselves a fighting chance.
It's a start. Let's see what happens in game number 3.
미니언 생성까지 30초.
And here we go, game 3 of round 1 of the regional qualifiers. We do have the new format. It's not a gauntlet anymore, but that does mean that the winner of this goes straight to Worlds. The loser of this best of 5 goes into the next fight, which will be against the winner of D+ Kia and DRX, who are on the other side of the bracket. Those two teams, because of their lower seed, they have to win 2 best of 5s, whereas Hanwha Life Esports or KT only need to win 1.
Yeah, DRX squeaking by thanks to the tiebreaker rules. If you have points from Summer, they count more heavily than points from Spring, which is why Sandbox didn't end up making it. Aiming, love to see the Summoners, the Cleanse and Ghost. Combination that, again, I think we have contributed to Jiwoo, our main Neela player, actually getting consistent bans. As we do see this very often, Tristana in the early level is going to jump on top, take a very good initial first trade, and then it evens out a little bit as Azir gets in a bunch of autos. Level 1 for the Braum, always going to feel great, but still needs to be a little respectful as they do get percussive blows.
Yeah, the Braum is getting in there, denying them from, well, not yet. Not denying them from XP just yet. Not sure if they got that one.
No, look, Aiming actually sitting on no XP. And what's really big as well is if Aiming doesn't last it, they don't actually get to utilize the Neela passive. So this is really big. That's Lahens and Aiming getting completely shut out of the lane early on here. And I don't think there's any possibility to go for say, like dives or something. But it's not great. Not a good look here early on, and means that the Neela and Nautilus are going to have to play it very safe. Now there is of course some ganking opportunity here, so we'll have to see how they play around Cuz, who is pathing towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I do feel like if Viper and Life are playing this well, this should happen. A lot of the time, you know, level 1, Ooh, I spot a little Tarzan there in the audience. Okay, just come down to watch some LCK. Maybe supporting
Shooting Viper,
his
right?
old brother Viper. Yeah, pretty cool. And yeah, I think if they're playing this well, like Braum and the Aphelios should be able to win. Braum very strong at level 1. The Aphelios has much larger range than Nila and more than she can do at level 1. So I feel like they're just doing a good job of putting on the pressure. As speaking of which, though, Cuz is coming down, and now a hook is going to come in, and this is level 3 Rel. This is when you want to go for this play. The heal and the flash will be used by HLE Esports' bottom lane.
Really big there was that there was no W available for life. So he didn't actually have the possibility to just jump back to Viper. Has to invest his flash. Viper also heals. So very successful gank there from Cuz. And yeah, I do agree with you. I think it was mostly the extent to which it worked out is we do have the passive on Lahens, but he's not going to be too bothered as Grizzly going in is a level up.
Yeah, Grizzly got the Scuttle Crab as well, as very nicely done there to Spell Shield. Meanwhile, Zeka nearly died in mid. A lot of stuff happening. But Cuz forced the flash away. And Grizzly is getting some good value on the map. Able to farm out all of his camps. He's still here, by the way. As aiming, just going to hop over to Nautilus. Over to Lahens to get away.
Yeah, a bit of a waste of time there, I think, from Grizzly. With the Summoner still available, getting something onto the KT bot lane is going to be really tough. And does force aiming to back, sitting on 12 CS here. Early laning phase really well played out, and even with the gank, the position of this wave is pretty abysmal for the KT bot lane. And with their jungler pathing towards the top side, there isn't really an opportunity to try and fix the wave either. And do note, Grizzly going to get double Scuttle as Nocturne. Wasted some of his time there towards the bot side, but still not going to be too unhappy with where he is in this game. Level 6. Approaching as soon as possible here for Nocturne.
Spot lane is...
It's
a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. The follow-up to the level 1 and level 2, not very good from the side of KT, so now they will suffer. He has a third of the CS, aiming does, of Viper.
When the Nila lane is behind in XP, that's when you know things are not good. On the contrary, things are really rough. And yeah, going back, I think that the... Giving up control of the wave level 1 is one thing, but actually getting pummeled the way that they did, particularly when the Aphelios is also sitting on a call, is really, really rough. Aiming went for a call himself, but is not really in the process of stacking it yet. Now, I do think that this wave is going to bounce here with the 5 casters, or 6 casters even, that are currently there. So it means that Aiming and Lahens will at least have the opportunity to get some farming going, but the damage at this point is already done. We do have BDD and Cuz at least threatening here towards the bot side.
It's just crazy to look at this number, and yeah, the wave is it's bouncing, and they might be able to get a little gank off, but take a look at Grizzly, who is running up the lane.
He knows.
And
they got to be knowing this is
coming. Can he get here on time is the question, really, as Life, no flash, holds up the door, but they hold him in place for so long as he is ticking down, but they can't quite kill him, and now Lahens has to hook away as Grizzly's going in, and is looking for a lot more. He gets pretty low there. They're trying to turn this one around. The kill goes over to Aiming, as now another stun does come in, but Viper is just able to walk forward and take a kill of his own. Meanwhile, BDD is here. And he is a level 6 Tristana, trying to get in there. Is going to knock Viper back into this one. Gives a kill over to Aiming. And BDD will shore up everything on the bottom lane with that one little roam.
And that saves the play. It was a complete disaster here for KT, as Aiming wasn't even able to get like any of that wave either. But with that roam from BDD, it turns into 2 kills for Aiming, which saves him from this position. And in the end, the impacts of this mid lane are so important for this team, as everything goes into Braum, who doesn't particularly care. And then this kill on Lahens ends up working out. Grizzly gets the movement speed, and then, crucially, they overstep, right? Because they're able to flip him back, and then you see the pings go down. If HLE end up letting it go as soon as they get that second or the first kill, might have been salvageable, but instead, BDD really well played here as well. Throwing none of his damage into life while the door is up. Instead, setting up the pushback onto Aphelios so that Aiming can get it.
Yeah.
And
He's going in. I mean, he's not going to take it away, but really getting aggressive with that. And yeah, it's really all up to BDD, who does come down and saves the play. Now, Humble Life Esports are still in the lead, and Viper still has a massive amount of CS comparatively. Grizzly here is going to get found by Cuz, who just hops over the wall, doesn't want to overextend. And all eyes on this 2v2 right now.
Yeah, this bot lane is really warped now because you basically have Cuz desperately trying to get a play going. But also Grizzly knowing that, so Grizzly is just permanent. And this is really cute. They have a ward on the red buff, so the moment that Grizzly shows on red, they're going to try and go in, but you do see that Humble Life, I think, also should be suspecting that there's some vision, because the moment that he was on the red buff, you immediately have Lehans trying to go forward. And crucially, aiming with those kills, still behind on gold, but not the end of the world, and also got to actually farm up like a wave or two. And particularly with Neela and the passive, that means that you are in a much better spot experience-wise. So you might have a dive set up here. Zeka, they get priority in mid, but with all the control that is there, I don't think that they can actually get more out of it than just that. As the Grizzlies waiting in this brush.
And he has the paranoia, just sitting on it, waiting. We do have Cuz here as well. It almost looks like they're trying to bait this one in, but Grizzly's still around. The paranoia is going to be used, goes on in. That's a lot of damage, but the apotheosis is going to keep the CC down as Viper trying to take out one. Might be able to get Lehans, and that he does. The timing comes in, and now this bottom lane is really in a bad spot for KT.
And not only that, but aiming is also forced to back here. So it is a kill for Viper. The bait ends up working out. And this bot lane gap is ever widening. I like that Viper and Zeka don't actually end up going for the play there. I think the play ends up going down. They don't get any gold, but getting it back in here, much more important. Ensuring that you get back to the lane in time. Able to pick up a Noon Quiver off the back of that. This is going to be a first-rate go in the KT, but for him, I think you'd be happy with just getting yourself the Herald to try and further snowball this gold lead. And that turret, thank you, Darren Strong, will go down very, very quickly if a Herald is thrown towards it.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 plates remaining, but pretty much in range, as Grizzly should be able to take this one for free. They're just going to trade objectives. Top lane we haven't looked at much for a good reason in this game, at least. As, I mean, just trading back and forth here. Keen trying to stop a plate from going down, is not able to. And they will just continue butting heads for now as we return back to where the action is really happening, down here on the bottom side of the map.
And we also saw the Braum value come through there, right? Now, there is an opportunity to make a player if they want to risk it, but I don't think that they should, even without the ultimates from Life and Viper. If a TP comes in, you can get punished really harshly. And this is one of the upsides of Braum that he does provide. You can just go for these plays, try and set up the baits, and actually cancels the dash forward there, so denies the opportunity for the Neela to get onto the enemy backline. Even with, I think this not being the cleanest, right? Grizzly goes in, but isn't actually able to get a meaningful tether, and aiming ends up making it out. Still getting Lehans is enough for the play to double the CS Valdez.
Yeah. Flame Horizon is on the cards potentially. Not here yet, of course, but
Cole just cashed in as well.
You know?
I just can't believe that it turned out that Kaisa maybe was a problem. Like, who could have known?
Certainly not Humble Life Esports. Until Game 3, right? Give them credit, they finally figured it out, right? We're here in a world where Kaisa got banned, and aiming wasn't allowed to play it. So here comes Grizzly, has the Rift Heralds, and this turret is not long for this world. I mean, all you got to do is stand up to it, auto it a couple times as Viper, and this thing should be going down in no time. Meanwhile, aiming is trying to clear out the wave and loses Sapphi's health. So down will go the turret here in just a moment.
I still, and this includes Pace, you know, playing in finals weekend and even, I still haven't seen a better Neela than Jiwoo, man. Like, I don't know what it is, but this champion just seems so counterintuitive to how a lot of other AD carries play. Like, we know it's good. We know for a fact that it's strong, but when it's not, when it gets set behind this far early on, like, we also see why it's not prioritized by a lot of teams. And now Humble Life sitting on a almost, you know, 3.5K gold lead here. they're feeling great.
Yeah.
Bot lane turret is down. Can rotate Viper over. Can maybe pick up a plate or two in mid.
Kraken Slayer and a BF sword.
Oh, yeah.
And a dagger. Top tier 2 boots. So Viper, he will look at some on the side of the enemies as the root is going to come in. This is what I'm talking about. You know, just 1 or 2 autos comes in and that big boom boom damage from the Braum. And it will be enough to just make VDD's life hurt.
Kind of wondering what life is maxing. We don't know just yet. So Spell Shield used by Grizzly there to cancel the auto passive.
It's probably cute.
Well, so many more have seen the light though. Surely life is one.
Carrier has seen the light. Let's see though. Yeah, don't want to call him out before it actually happens. But yeah, for now, just hanging around, making sure Viper's okay. Viper playing this one very respectfully.
Hey, it's 3 points in Q and 2 in E. He's doing it.
He is.
Trust
True.
him. Thank you, Yundo, for the update. Much appreciated. Very important that we knew.
Nice little slow push just coming in here. Viper not overextending for any wards or not wards, turret plates or anything like that. He's just trying to slowly win with a lead, which is something that they haven't had in a while. But now 4,000 gold, 14 minutes in. You know that Viper's going to be looking to carry this one this time around. We'll have to see what the soul is this time as well, because we do not have the Chemtech Cloud combo for our first 2 in Game 3.
Oh no. And Cloud's fine. Cloud's okay. You know, it'll be fine, Velvet. There's no way it happens.
It's going to be Hextech.
Oh, I love Hextech.
I think it is. I think this is the
a
game.
good addition to the game. So KT are 4k gold behind. Now there is a lot of wombo combo potential with this style of composition, where if Cuz can get a big Magnet Storm, aiming can follow up, and BDD can kind of get the resets. Keen can be used to isolate Viper, take him out of the fight. Like maybe, but if you look at the Honma comp, like taking down Viper is good, but it's also definitely not enough. Because Gnar and Nocturne and Zeka are all perfectly capable of winning fights. As KT actually starting this up, and giving over 2 Drakes definitely is a risk. It looks like Honma Life Rider will be able to pick up the top side outer at the very least for this. And I do expect that they will go and continue to, and they also will deny a wave, so this ends up working out.
Yeah.
Gold-wise, this is a great trade.
Maybe they say there's a chance it's Chemtech, so just let them have the Drakes, it's fine. Well, yeah, it's Cloud Soul, and that's going to be pretty big.
I do think that Cloud Soul is definitely relevant enough fighting for, but at the same time, Honma Life should be in a prime position. Now, the only turret that they really want to get down is mid. As soon as that one falls, KT's grasp of the map is basically completely gone, and going to be a lot more reliant on trying to catch Honma Life off guard. No, his side lane pressure is still fine with Stana most notably, but the Gnar is very far ahead, 20 CS. I don't know how many plates he was able to get, also sitting on an early call, so Kingen feeling amazing. I wouldn't be mad if he ends up buying a Hull Breaker. You know, the KT5 I think is very strong, but a Hull Breaker of Gnar is going to be a complete nuisance to deal with, and particularly is that's a Braum.
Trying to get in onto the Braum as coming forward here is BDD with the hop. Zeka still has his crown available, and Cuz has to Magnet Storm flash away as he doesn't even hit much with that, and KT trying to set up a fight here onto the Braum on this second Rift Herald is not going to work out for them.
Engaging on Braum, particularly if he goes Emax, doesn't work, guys. Don't do it. It's not a thing. And I love the restraint there as well from Honma Life, actually, because, you know, Zeka goes in, gets a flash. Same for King. They pivot towards him when the TP comes in and are able to take away his summoner as well. Honma Life, it's not exciting, but they are very cleanly playing it out, continuing to push the lead, and got the second Herald, so should be able to get that mid lane turret now as well.
See, the big difference here is in the 80 carry role, but also in top and jungle, as Grizzly and Kingen doing very well for themselves. But yeah, really the story is about how far ahead Viper and Life did get in the lane, and then it just snowballed from there with a couple of other plays afterwards. And yeah, aiming is 2-0, but really you just got to look at the gold in this one. As aiming also ahead on XP. He is Mila. And yeah, just the way it's going to go. Just curious to see if KT can dig themselves out of this hole. And I want to see if Life Esports from this lead can like safely but also proactively win a game. You know what I mean? Like
No,
take
I get you.
objectives, actually win with their lead. That's what I want to see.
And I think that does make a ton of sense, given that that's been one of their big weaknesses. As we do see, yeah, Viper sitting on almost 10 CS per minute, aiming at 6.5. Not going to be feeling too great about that. And the bot gap really has been the defining factor of this game. And we also saw Life. Actually, I think Grizzly deserves some credit for this game. Really well responding to the early presence that Cuz had and the attempted punishes. And with mid lane turret falling, KT's grasp of the map just completely gone. This is where it gets harder for Life. This is where we need to see how they can push their leads. Because we have, of course, seen many a team really stumble, but with this lead, yeah, just keep on going.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to, especially with KT taking a while to respond to this one, because it's not going to let that one charge in. As Kane says, I think it's more valuable for me to just stay up here. I don't think we can really fight at this point anyway. But it does look kind of silly when your entire base is just dying. And he will back away now. But yeah, Life Esports, I mean, this is what KT did with their lead. They got the second Rift Herald, pushed down mid, took a couple of turrets in game 1. And they were able to have a very dominant game from there, very balanced, you know, not over-aggressive. Life Esports able to do the same so far.
And next Dragon is about to come up. I'm mainly curious, though, to see what is going to happen, as Life actually has more damage done than Grizzly, and he didn't even max his Q.
Didn't need
That's the evidence right there.
Didn't need to.
And I think the composition from Helmet can really struggle when you're behind, because their engage is kind of lackluster, right? It basically is Grizzly pressing his ult button. But if you're ahead and you're first to any objective, as I say that, right now it looks like KT is going to be first to the Drake. You definitely
please take at least one Drake.
They will take this Drake. I am sure of it.
Right?
I'm not scared. They're going to take this Drake. I feel very confident in saying that. And I hope that they will not let me down, because you have a 5.5k gold lead. The only acceptable trade is
the waves now.
You just go Nash. That's also fine.
Oh, yeah, this is actually...
That's better, because it is Cloud, and I think giving Soul Point over to Cloud is a little bit more okay than some of the other combos, although Cloud users on KT are very scary, like both Cuz and BDD, and most notably Aiming, I think, are definitely going to be very happy recipients of that. As we do have the setup coming through here. This is just a bait. We do have double TP available for Saka and Kingen. Kingen going to be building up his Narbar.
Just 1-3-1ing it. Just leaving Zek on the bottom side. You got Kingen top. And you're just pressuring. You're just pushing. You're controlling the map. It's what we love to see. As that one ward there in the river is pretty good from KT.
They do know. Yeah. Is spotted.
Okay. Well,
they're going to play around it.
And Aiming going to put down a control ward of his own. Going to spark the TP here from BDD. And that's going to lead to Life Esports just backing up the objective. Again, playing very respectfully. Even though, again, about 5.5 golds.
They can definitely play way more confident than this. But given that they're down 0-2, I don't mind it as much. As Life trying to extend the play.
Engage Braum. Getting the job done.
He's not flash ulting, though. And that makes me very happy. I've seen too much of that. And hey, you could also brute force because you are 6k gold up, but they get the job done. So, good enough.
Yeah, I mean, Life Esports, they'll take their first Cloud Drake. And you see that KT, they do angle up towards the Baron, but there's no way you can do this. Not at this point in time. Maybe if we're like 15 minutes more into the game.
Giga flank.
This is
just back.
This is like pull bay levels of flanking right now. Like this doesn't need to happen.
If he gets spotted, he dies.
Well, he's about to die.
So he just dies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he tried. He's gonna flash in and get stuck against the wall and the other wall. Yeah. So now he's just dead. And Life Esports with that pick are absolutely going to take a try at this Baron.
They should. Kingen can even back. I don't know if he can finish his cleaver, but sitting on a perfect Narbar here are going to activate it.
So Cuz has to go in, I suppose. Big Gnar against the wall, and the Wombo is there for the side of Homolife Esports. They are going to take down the Rel, and Keen can't do it alone as the flashover does come in, and Homolife Esports take a big lead in this game.
And that should be the Baron going down. Homolife, they're taking it slow, but it looks like they're finally fully cementing their lead. The engaged Brum doing work there, but more importantly, it's Grizzly with the follow-up and Kingen going in with the ultimate in the Dark of Night. And it looks like no 3-0 here today. And this is the first game that Homolife is going to win after 7 straight losses. So they're going to be feeling good. I have no idea. I think you just die there and you don't flash. They tried to pivot away.
Or you flash the Emperor's survive.
Yeah, that's also fine. And then, yeah, this wombo combo, obviously, they are very far ahead. Aiming's just kind of there. Doesn't end up working out. And to be fair, I don't think that in the first place the contest there is the way to go. Game now looking very much done and dusted. And that means that the series continues.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
Well, it's very cool, and I think Homolife Esports learn, well, they learn a very valuable lesson, which is ban Kaisa.
Sometimes it's just that easy.
Force the enemy to ban Zeri as well. Now, we got stopwatch here for Kingen, as Magnus Storm is not as good as the just regular leap, I suppose, from Kingen. Doesn't even have the flash. And they're just going to push in with their Baron buff.
And we do have BDD off on his own. He might get a bounty, so that's cool, you know?
And Homolife Esports, I think, maybe just continue, force BDD to back. And don't just stop here, but they don't really have a big wave at this point in time. The hook is going to miss. Aiming is here on the left. Haven't seen any big apotheoses just yet. As, yeah, Homolife Esports just waiting to go in on this one, is finally Aiming, just gonna send it. Gotta try eventually, as the turret does go down as well. Some low health bars here on the side of Homolife Esports, but they are not done just yet. Cuz taking a huge amount of damage. Grizzly, though, does get a bit close as the depth charge comes in. And Viper is just going to flash away, as now BDD comes in, gets the angle on Viper, who is just dead, but so is BDD. And Zeka has full health, and I think that's going to do it. Nice try here from the side of KT. Is Aiming. He's going to tank up a bit as Neela, but he's not going to tank enough, as that will do it here for game number 3. Will go the way of Homolife Esports, and we have a bit of a series now.
And the bot lane gap leads into a completely lopsided game. We see some of the issues. Lehans went behind in the playoffs, I think, has made some questionable decisions, but it really is the combination, right? Cuz invests so much time in trying to salvage bot, but the only KT positive play was the one roam from BDD. Top lane, not having the best of time, which, considering the matchup, I do think makes sense. But Homolife gonna be feeling a lot better after this one, and I can only hope that they take what they learned and apply it in game number 4.
Yeah, I hope so as well, as we're still hoping for the Silver Scrapes, the big reverse sweep potentially from Homolife Esports. As you see, KT were not allowed to deal damage in this game. Just the door was shut so early on that we never even really got a team fight. It was always just KT trying to find angles into a river or into a position, but Homolife Esports played it so safely and so well that they were able to get away with a very quick victory here in game number 3. So Homolife Esports going to start with the comeback here in game 3, and we'll have to wait and see if they have anything else left, as Zeka's mom is continuing to feel very emotional about this situation, as you should. But we'll have to wait and see what happens, guys, as we'll take a break in the space. We'll break down game number 3.
앞에 5초.
닮아지 않나?
나 그래 없어 얘들아 가자 그래 없어.
앞에서
앞에 내가 써줄게. 딴테 좀 맞아 딴테. 바로 가자 우리 앞에 좀 봐줘 얘들아.
나 끝나. 앞으로 와봐.
앞으로 와줘. 리랑 리랑부터 잡아봐.
아지를 찾으면서 해봐 이거. 할만해. 이겼어. 딜라 노공이야. 딜라 노공.
딜라 맞아 이래.
딜라.
쳐.
이겼어. 나이스. 다음 판 잘하자.
그래 다음 판도 이겨보자.
두 판 남았어. 자, 깨. 사워 차려 사워.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. As I have an inkling that there is something on my hands, and I think it might be a series. Hama Life Esports made it back in a big way, and it took following all of our instructions from the previous space. So, just want to congratulate my analysts. Great work. You nailed it. You figured out what they needed to do.
This one's for free, Hanwha. This one's for free.
Let's have a look at the draft and see what they did change.
Yeah. We wanted the Kai'Sa ban.
Yep.
I wanted the first pick Azir. Those are the two main things. And I was like, oh, maybe they'll play Aphelios, Cassante. They didn't do that, but the main part, they got it right.
I think also what I found really impressive is they mind-controlled KT into last picking Neela in this situation, which was a phenomenal move by Hama Life Esports because that Neela kind of stunk.
Yeah, it could have been Ziggs, guys. It could have been Ziggs, and that
could have been anything else.
But
anything at all.
Like what they needed was the ability to sit back in that bottom lane, understanding that Viper is probably going to try and hard carry, and instead they tried to force a bottom lane that just didn't really work.
Yeah, pretty much.
It really didn't work. And I was like telling Atlas when we were watching the early laning phase, it was like 45 CS to like 12 or something. I was like, I think it's over. I think it's just done. Like, because Neela's a champion that actually needs to get tempo advantages in order to snowball games, and this is what happens after aiming was massively behind, and we're like, oh, okay, wait, hold on, this could save it if aiming ends up really winning out on this one. But then it looks, wait, hold on, it's doomed actually, never mind. Like, is Hanwha turning this around? And then aiming does end up picking 2 kills up, but he still remains so far behind for the rest of the game regardless that doesn't necessarily save the play here, as BDD does come down and clean this one up because they take so long. Zeka does not follow, and so this ends up being a win for KT.
I think the thing with the Neela is if you fall behind on it, like the fact that you're heading levels from your passive doesn't really apply, and you just end up lacking damage, especially when your trio is a Rel, Nautilus, Neela, and you're into a Braum. You're not going to win these skirmishes, these 3v3s. They just don't have the damage to kill anyone, and then the sustained damage from the Aphelios, from a Nocturne, and the stun applying from the Braum means you don't stand a chance, but like when you have that sort of bot side, you can't just let the lane phase play out. You have to try and force, which is why it backfired so much.
Yeah, I think the Braum pick here made a lot of sense, and also just in general, we've seen Aiming be a fantastic Neela player. He was one of the players who was picking it up on release and finding great success with it just last year, but in this particular game, it was just good play from Viper, and the pulling the wave back there made it really difficult for him to farm, and you see at 14 minutes here, 2,300 gold behind, 50 CS nearly behind, as well as those plates. I mean, the laning phase went horribly, and this is with those 2 kills he picked up in that first highlight.
Yeah, this kind of paints a picture for the entirety of this game. It was whether or not Viper was just able to cruise forward for the victory. And the other good news is the fact that the other lanes were kind of fine as well. Kingin having a better time on the Gnar by like the largest margin ever against the Cassante in comparison to his Gragas in game number 1. And then you have Azir for Zeka, one of the 4 picks that he won the World Championship on, right?
And importantly, you don't have Azir for BDD.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
It's a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and then we have this moment. I mean, at this point, Hama Life Esports really far ahead, but I think Life, who had a pretty rough series, had a pretty solid game on the Braum, but just the synergy there, the coordination between the Nocturne and the Mega are really effective.
And this is, of course, not mentioning that there was the flank attempt from Lehens right before this, where he tried really hard to go on the widest flank ever and was picked off before the fight. And, no Emperor's Divide means maybe there's a chance here you go in and win this one 4v5, but we're just too far behind at that point. The Gnar synergy, as you mentioned, was fantastic.
Yeah, so I think Hama Life Esports beautifully identifying that KT have a bunch of gaps in their draft. I think this was something that was illustrated pretty beautifully by T1 in the last best of 5, that absolute banger between the 2 squads, but maybe not even necessarily to this extent, given the fact that this was a KT on the red side. Now that we move to blue for KT, we do have that confirmation. What has to now change for Hama Life Esports if they want to stay in it?
I think this is a lot harder because the thing is you essentially have 4 bans on blue or 4 denials by the fact that you can first pick. So they heavily targeted Aiming's champion pool and they picked the Azir away. They don't have that luxury anymore. I think for me, the best case scenario is you still target those specific picks, the things like the Azir, like the Kai'Sa, and then you trade off some of the OP jungles, like the Maokai, the Sejuani. If they take Sejuani, you can go like Maokai Trist. If they go Maokai, take like Sejuani Yone potentially in your mid jungle. it may still be really hard to beat in that scenario, but I think keep the Azir and the Kai'Sa out of the hands for the rest of this series, and maybe you can find your way back in.
Yeah, I'd say just keep playing around bottom side. Whatever you're going to pick, try to get Viper ahead. It worked out in that game. It was kind of what we were leaning towards in general. You put Grizzly on a champ like Nocturne, even though it doesn't have that strong mid synergy with Azir, at least you know you can go in, press R. The coordination is pretty much as simple as you could ask for.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that Viper's champion pool is one of his greatest strengths, and he actually has one of the widest that we've seen in the entirety of LCK history. He played Teemo in the bottom lane on purpose. But now it's time to see whether in fact he does pick something like that as we move into game number 4. Can we get some Silver Scrapes lined up? Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Spacemen, for breaking that one down as we move into Game 4, and we'll have to see if Hanwha Life Esports, with a little bit of revitalization, maybe some belief that, hey, we actually can do this. We can take them down, and in very dominant fashion, will that be the difference maker here moving into the draft for the 4th game?
I hope so. I would be very disappointed if we end up not going all the way. Although I'm sure that fans of KT, given the track record of the team in 5th games, might not want to go the distance. Hanwha Life definitely got a good game there, but I think that this game is going to be the really big one because you were able to deny a lot of what KT wants to do. They are now on the blue side, and that does mean that you're going to have to make some concessions. And I'm just hoping that Hanwha Life, again, end up making the right decision, or if they go back to what they did in game number 1 and 2, I think the result would be no different. As the Zeri already taken away, so Zeri and Kai'Sa, I think.
Yeah, it's great.
Sense.
So in game 1, when they were on red, they banned Zeri and then Rel, right? It was the same exact bans here from KT when they were on blue for the one time.
Hey!
So we get the change. Now, Azir is left available if you do go for this, so maybe they just pick that one up for BDD.
Should be the case. But we do know, as mentioned, that there is the opportunity, although he hasn't pulled it out yet, for Zeka to go into his Yone. Zeka's had a pretty muted day. Like in the last game, he was there, he was fine, but game didn't really revolve around him. And I do think that at this point, he should not be afraid to go for a more aggressive matchup. Viego was something that last time they did pick away, and I wouldn't be too sad about that. Nico Viego, a lot of power that you have available here. Of course, you are indexing into some early aggression, which I think is a little scary because I don't think that's where Hanwha has really excelled. And the Rel pickup, really great as well, is a flex here. Can go, oh no, never mind, not a flex. As, instead, looks like they are immediately going to prioritize getting a jungler here for Grizzly. The Nocturne is my personal favorite. Viego, a close second, definitely strong into what KT might want to do otherwise.
Never mind.
This is a pick away from Lehensto, and they're going to go instead with the Rel jungle.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, this is exactly what KT did in the last game, right? Azir went first, and then they got their hands on Rel and Nautilus. Definitely a couple of big playmakers, but again, kind of as Ox was highlighting on the desk, you need some kind of damage to back it up, especially in the 3v3, so we'll see and hope that they get some of that damage and not last pick Nila. Leona, an option here. Lehens has played it once, and he is going to play it again.
Wonder what the setup is going to be here for aiming. Might want to lock in an AD carry on third here because Hanwha has already shown that they're more than happy to ban away. Poppy, really, really strong. Definitely think that is a fine pickup here for Cuz. Potential flex towards the top side for Keen as well. And yep, I think it was necessary, and finally it is coming through. Obviously, into Poppy, you do have to be mindful of the Slatfist presence, but outside of that, this is a wonderful matchup that we have seen many a time be extremely successful for the Yone. You basically get a free laning phase, and once you hit your first item, it becomes really hard for the Azir to play out.
Yeah, and it's Zeka, right? He's not playing as
the guy.
Yeah. He actually has a chance, you know, and he played Azari before, which we think is, you know, he's pretty good on, but the Talia was definitely not it. And, you know, I think that the Yone coming out here is a really good sign. And we're going to see some AD carry bans, at least one, with the Aphelios going away. Now, how deep are the champion pools of our 80 carries? Atlas was just talking about the Teemo for Viper. That was a real pick. Our only time.
Obviously, he's
Teemo.
just going to slam the Vladimir.
Yeah, just go back to, what was it, 2018?
Yeah, it might be 2019, 2018, yeah. Could be fun. Some bot lane Vladimir. I like Vladimir a lot. I don't think...
We do need some AP.
Yeah, need some source of it. And it's going to be the Gnar taken away here as well. And I do think that they're locking in a champion for Viper here seems like the obvious call, but they might even just pick up Cassante and save the counter pick for Viper. This is definitely a champion that is quite strong. You can still go AP, although the build was nerfed somewhat. We'll see what Viper ends up going. They might also just end up going, like, imagine a Rumble with a Rel, Nautilus, Varus.
The Wombo combo.
Yeah, that's a lot of threat.
Pretty bonkers.
Can King play that, though? Or preemptive Rumble counter pick? I like it.
There's also just not a lot of options for the
No,
80
there's
carry pool, but you are right. And, oh no. It's Ezreal. Okay, let's see if it works out. As the lane is Ezreal Leona, one we have seen in the past. And we have not seen a lot of success for Ezreal this year, especially in summer.
And counter pick going to go over to King and kind of squandered it in game 1. Game number 2 and 3, he did look a lot better. As the Aatrox is going to come through. A lot of power here for this pick. What is King going to play? Obviously, a bit of an Aatrox connoisseur himself. Might just go Cassante, but we've seen that that matchup doesn't really threaten the Aatrox the way you need to, and Aatrox definitely a hard scaling pick on this patch with the amount of... Oh, he does do it. I love this. And yeah, in aiming specifically, you might not get the maximum value, but outside of that, this is a top-tier Wombo combo comp from Humble Life. All I hope is he goes...
It's a Wombo combo.
Hell yeah. Love that.
Had to do it. After you put those two words side by side.
It's Ezreal as well.
Yeah.
So not stoked about.
Yeah, I mean the Azir, you know,
it's still a great comp.
It can do some stuff, right? Even at one item, even with the crown, it's still Azir. And they have Aatrox, so you've got a lot of threats. And Poppy, I think, is pretty good in terms of someone who can kind of just stand there, you know, knock someone away, maybe charge in. You've got Leona to follow up. So I feel like it's relatively well-rounded. The Ezreal, rather, might need some praying to get across the line.
Yeah, the Ezreal specifically does not spark joy, and
she's saying please over and over and over again, by the way.
Well, this is, I think, based on the signs around her, a Humble Life fan. I think with this drop,
it makes sense. Yeah,
you got to be feeling pretty good.
Or a long-time KT fan.
That's very true.
There's only one.
Let's not forget though that even if this goes to Game 5, KT themselves unfortunately found out that you don't have to lose Game 5 if you lose 2 in a row. And I think the composition has a lot of power, but I think Humble Life really got a lot of what they could possibly want. They're great CC chain for the Rumble, an incredible amount of mid-game power. Can they execute upon it?
Let's see, it's Game 4 right now. All right, off we go onto the Rift once again. We have a series on our hands now. It was starting off like a 2-0, 3-0 bop, potentially. And then Humble Life Esports changed the tale. They changed the entire vibe.
It's hard to really pin down what changed. It's not.
It's not hard.
It's Kaisa.
That's why he says that.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you tune in just now, you're like, oh, I wonder what changed.
Yeah, I mean, aiming just, he's been a guy that hasn't necessarily had the deepest champion pool, and I think he kind of found his groove this season, especially surrounded by some really talented players, very talented himself. And his Ezreal has always been very strong. It's just not very good in this meta.
Yeah,
Which is why we don't like to see it, even if aiming's playing it, even if Def's playing it. You know, we don't really want to see this champion.
No, it really is. It's not about aiming, because his mastery of the champion, I think, is great. It also is a champion that, on paper, actually makes sense, because Ezreal is so self-sufficient. Obviously, it's a good matchup with Leona, because you can kind of sync up, you know, some of your skill shots. You can get a lot of burst of the Leona passive plus Ezreal's W, the ult Slayer very nicely, and you can just leave him alone on an island, and he will be fine. But the problem is just that the champion has felt extremely lackluster when compared to a lot of other champs. Now, I do think that the impact of specifically Varus, and it looks like this will be lethality Varus, not necessarily the greatest. And I think that Ezreal in lane actually can be a bit of a menace. Kingen also going for teleport, which I know Huni isn't here today, but I'm sure he's sad about.
Well, if he went Gathering Storm, he'd say it's okay.
Yeah, we have to see.
It's about the duo, right? Teleport Gathering Storm or Ignite Scorch.
Yeah.
And against Aatrox, I would say he probably wins Scorch. So maybe he should have won Ignite, especially because it is Aatrox.
Yeah, Aatrox definitely a very different champion from before. It really feels like he becomes so insanely threatening due to the buffs to his AD ratios. We do see early on here, aiming and Lan's not going to be feeling too bad. Grizzly try to make a play on mid, but BDD dodges the third Q from Zeka and will be completely fine.
Just walking by. Did the whole top side of his jungle, and now he's getting pretty aggressive, but this is very telegraphed. I mean, they saw him, okay. Well, that crash down is not going to work, and now he gets knocked into the wall. Grizzly's like, oh crap, somebody please help me. And he might just have to flash over the wall, and that he will, as follow-up here from Cuz, but no, the blast cone! Oh, it's gonna get him to safety. Why must it deny us action? Why blast cone?
I don't mind it. Grizzly ends up making it out to the dismay of Brandon Valdez, notorious.
I would have rathered a kill rather than him surviving, that's it.
I don't mind it. I think blast codes are fun. Sorry, I know we will never agree on this, and that's okay. But really big mistake there from Grizzly. Doesn't actually get the W over the wall, and that is going to cost the flash and mean that Cuz is looking towards a double scuttle here. Although Keenan does a prio, there is no prio in mid, but I think the Rumble threat should be enough to help secure it here, as Cuz will get spotted. Grizzly doesn't have flash and needs to give this one up. And nicely done there, because his bottom camps are up though, so does this mean he's going to waste a little bit of time? Zeka gonna definitely use his health as a resource there. Oh, this is an award.
Yeah, he's going to see it early enough on, and I like standing on a ward. I mean, it's pushing into you, so no reason to get in there, and Grizzly's making his way up towards the top side of the map.
Try and bait out the 2v2, I like it.
And Cuz, he knows he's spotted now. He's going to Hextech flash up. That's Kingen now. Uh-oh, he's going to get rooted. Now he's getting hit by sweet spots. As very unfortunate, he will have to flash himself. As the red buff here on Cuz is looking to extend it onto Grizzly, but King's just pushing the lane. And they're looking for a push off of the turret to deny the CS.
And really, really big mistake here in the 2v2 KT. Capitalized beautifully as Life is on his way. Teleport is coming in.
The phone. Okay, Poppy, pretty good. Going to stop that, but do get a couple of missiles into Keen. It looks like he might be the one guy who ends up being the give up. As there it goes, and I say one, but maybe it's two. It's a kill to Zeka, who takes down Cuz.
And normally it's Lahens that makes the cross-map impact, but this time around, that honor goes to Life. See if Viper is able to pick up most of this, does have his double summoners available. Bone Blading now down, and it looks like they don't want to take the risk and try to dive this.
Ezreal.
Sorry? Yeah.
It's Ezreal, you're not diving.
And I gotta say, that is a really big win, and that looked like a huge blunder from Humble Life, right? Because you lose the flash, Kingen was about to lose a wave, and Cuz was already getting really far ahead in the 2v2 as it starts off here. Kingen is a level down. Cuz actually extends the play really nicely. Grizzly doesn't get either his empower or like his flip auto, nor does he get himself the Q off. And then Kingen just takes a full Aatrox combo, and everything looks really, really dire. But then here, you should have just taken this KT. That would have been enough. But instead, they proxy the wave. And then here the setup comes around, and even though the Steadfast presence is nice, Cuz still takes a turret shot because of it. Life is there to ensure that they can go all in on this topside play. And then Zeka still able to take down Cuz despite everything in his Unbound Soul. And that is a kill for Rumble, a kill for Zeka, and an early lead for Hanwha Life in game number 4.
Yeah, and it's a pretty significant one as well. You know, everything you said really highlighting that fact. I mean, we got 1,000 gold in the lead now for Hanwha Life Esports very early on in this game. The max range harpoons that came through from King, and just to extend the kill onto Keen just gives you that extra bonus. And from ahead, even, you know, the Lethality Varus, you got your Yone online. This Wombo combo comp is going to feel so nice. And, you know, we liked it in the draft. We felt like if they can just, you know, level the playing fields, get a good engage going, you're going to have a decent shot as Hanwha Life Esports. But now, especially from ahead, they're just going to be loving their position as Zeka is just doing what he does best as Zerker Greaves. He got 1 kill, and he's going to look to extend it into more.
Wonder if a go for the same build that we've seen Chovy go for, which is Blade into Even Shroud, actually getting nerfed on, I think, the next patch as well, because it is a really cost-efficient combo. So you spike really early while still doing an incredible amount of damage. You have a lot of ways to proc it as well. Kingen still going to win the trade here. Just because he's Rumble. He has steel caps though, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah. Well, he's got very high base damage.
No, I know.
Something that Huni talks about all the time. And yeah.
The big thing for me is how can Hanwha actually play out the fights? Because I do think that this is a KT comp where falling behind a little bit early on is not the end of the world. And I am wondering whether Hanwha Life's going to have the coordination necessary for this comp to really work out. It's not the combo.
Gonna try to burst him down, and you can't stop that one because it's not the way it works.
This is why we pick Yone into Azir.
Yeah.
Very straightforward demonstration. Thank you, Zach. Okay, well,
is that why we pick Yone into
no,
Azir,
we
Chronicler?
don't, Valdez.
Is that why?
No, we don't.
There's Azir again.
Yeah, not working out though. Zeka doesn't have TP, so it might be an angle here like this from KT. This is what I was talking about. Just getting a lead by itself, not enough. You need to actually execute upon it.
And yeah, let's see how it does go. Viper going to take a turret plate down here, aiming all alone, which is it's part of the strategy.
Once Life hits 6 though, could be a little worrying here. Definitely have a combo available as top sides.
Yeah, trying to go on the 2v2, but they're just going in onto Keen, who is staying alive, hitting some sweet spots as King and getting pretty low as well, because not doing enough as here comes BDD, and the flash out of the turret is going to be enough as Cuz will take him down, and Keen will help BDD get there as Keen does eventually go down. Now Zeka's here, little ult in, wants to take down the Poppy. Septas presence is going to be enough to get him some range, and now Zeka is just going to be a sad Yone.
And that is going to be a big win here for KT. Striking back, even without lands there. BDD earlier to the roam. His roams this series have been great. Does mean that they remain within touching distance when it comes to the gold. Still not going to be completely happy, as we still saw a trade with Keen actually are still going down. He's going for X-Drinker as well.
Now going on in once again, BDD. Gonna get that crown procced. Zeka just...
The fact that he almost wins that trade through crown feels unfair.
That's just Yone things.
I guess. BDD also freshly TPing in, so definitely not going to be too happy about trading that much of his life here. And we haven't had a Drake come up yet, as we have the chance for another...
Chemtech.
I know. Yeah, Chemtech Cloud, maybe?
Yeah. I'd say it's pretty likely at this point, actually. Damage is done.
Not quite enough.
Will they do it now? I mean, Rel's really good at taking down these early objectives. I feel like
they should.
If you got a position on it, if you've got prio.
That's a lot. A lot of vision for this one brush. Life's gonna have to spend a lot of time to try and clear this.
Yeah, I think if you don't land that first one especially, not really going to win that trade. He does have Hex Drinker at this point. And let's see. I mean, Humble Life Esports setting up a gank brush of sorts. They do have Supreme Vision on the Dragon area, at least. See True Shot Barrage just to check the brush. Doesn't hit anyone. And especially at this point in the game when Ezreal doesn't have his first item, that's going to be a decent chunk of the damage. So yeah, I think Grizzly can just start this one up. And actually, they did have Vision on the Dragon.
Yeah, I think Humble Life do need to make sure that they actually go and are not afraid to start fights here, because this composition really stands or falls by how happy you are to engage as the hook on Ezreal.
Ooh, very nice hook, as aiming is going to be locked up for a very long period of time as Zeka is trying to take him out. Doesn't quite do that, and Grizzly is getting caught on the left side of this fight, but the Yone, he's just going to be stunned up and is not doing damage anymore. Doesn't matter how fed he is, always going to take down BDD. Can he extend it as he stays alive for so long? But at the end of the day, it's still a double kill here for Cuz, as Viper not able to quite join the fight.
And favorable trade for KT, maybe not the target that you won the gold on. It's even Shroud not going to be done for Cuz here, but still going to be something that I think they should be happy with. That could have definitely backfired. Very disjointed there from Hanwha. I think Viper ended up getting all of the way back Cuz very early in the fight, or at the very beginning. And also, this hook and aiming is great, but the CC chain isn't quite there. Grizzly definitely going in very enthusiastic, and without the damage from your AD carry, they don't actually get to do a whole lot. And the fact that Viper isn't here means that aiming already being taken low doesn't actually end up mattering. By the time Viper makes it over, isn't able to have a big impact. And that's what I'm talking about, like the kind of disjointed nature of the engage we see there from Hanwha. Can't afford that with us, with this style of composition.
If Viper just took the Blast Clone and was in there the whole time, he actually probably could have killed at least one person and would have had a much better angle on his abilities.
And it would have been an example of a proactive Blast Clone.
True, those I like.
Yeah, I know.
Those I enjoy.
That's why I mention it.
There is a difference. And yeah, now KT gonna take this Drake. After all the skirmishing over this Drake and all the control, Life just gonna give this one over. It is just a singular Chemtech Drake, but you do like stacking them as it's Mountain second.
Ooh. And we will see what the actual soul ends up being. Viper does finish his Ghost Blade, and that's going to be a big spike. Zeka is about to get his Blade of the Rune King as well, but again, I do think Hanwha Life, if you go to like late game against this composition, eventually BDD is going to reach a point where, unless you actually 100-0 him with the safety that he has with his crown and the DPS that he's able to output, you're going to be in trouble. Same for Keen. Yeah, Keen hasn't had the best game. Did get focused down a little bit. The early 2v2s not working out super well with all the attention that's been paid towards them.
Yeah.
But if you, even if you're as delayed as Keen is in this game, like once you finish Duskblade and a Maul, you're still going to be a complete menace in fights.
Absolutely. It's a great point. It doesn't change the fact that Aatrox, Azir, and Ezreal have all an excellent amount of scaling, as King in a little bit of trouble here. He is not going to get pulled back, as nice try from Lehens, but he's not able to quite reach, although he did predict the flash.
And this is KT again. With that fight, they already fought their way back from a deficit. Now, it's also looking like they're going to be able to trade a turret here, regardless of what happens. As Life?
Keen in a bit of trouble, does have his blast, just holding on to it for now, as he's just CC'd for so long, as we did see the Keeper's Verdict eventually, but didn't really help out, at least in killing Keen.
And KT going to be happy that they find themselves the first turret blood. That is at least something, but they are going to give up the Herald, and that might mean that Hanwha Life will be able to actually get down the mid lane turn, and that is really, really big. Means that you can push up much farther into enemy territory, which I think the Hanwha Life composition kind of relies on. As Viper just going to walk that one off. Doesn't even Ghostblade.
Ghostblade. He just walked away. Maybe they like stopped his back or something. I don't know.
Might be, yeah.
But kind of looks silly. Lens has been kind of a silly Billy here in this one so far. But this is a best of 5 for Worlds qualification, so you know, he's been great at times as well. Not to take anything away, just it's been kind of funny. And this game is definitely very even at this point in time. Hanwha Life Esports holding on to the second Rift Herald, and the gold extremely even.
And I kind of like that with these compositions, because for Hanwha, it will really just come down to can you actually layer your CC nicely. Because if you ever get, and this includes in the late game, like a Zeka and King and Ult combo, you just auto-win the fight. And I think that a lot of the KT members are very resilient towards just getting burned down by Rumble if you don't have CC, but between literally everyone on the team besides Rumble has set up for this ultimate. But it comes down to the cohesion, and that's where I think that KT have looked consistently better. Last game was obviously a bit of a blowout, so we didn't really get to see a lot of the more even team fighting. But in this one, I think it's still a challenge as Zeka.
Little gank rush set up this time from KT, and they're still there. But the longer they wait, I mean, Zeka's getting some guys down here to help him out, like Grizzly is here.
I don't...
TP coming in. Life is here as well. Rift Herald coming down. They want to get Keen down again, and he's going to use everything to try to survive. As now it's Lehens who's just walking out of turret range, and down he will go. Has to give himself up, and now Humble Life Esports, nice little push starting here in the bottom lane.
Now, we do see KT immediately respond, try and get themselves the mid lane turret. So Viper is rotating over. Charge does come through.
Oh, Life, that was pretty sick, because now Keen has nowhere to go. The Wombo combo is there, as Life will go down, actually. Staying a little bit too far under that turret. And BDD is able to do a nice amount of damage in the trade. Here comes Cuz, trying to make something of this, but 12 Zeka just going to walk it off as Humble Life Esports do disengage.
Keen not having the best of times here. Really nice engage by Life. Thanks to BDD, they still trade back a kill. As we take another look at this play, feels very disjointed here as KT's like, oh, we want to try and contest this. Doesn't end up working out. Then the flash from Grizzly being answered by the flash from Keen. Not really something that don't be too happy about, but ends up working out because they get Lehens, doesn't have a flash, doesn't really have anywhere to go. And then this hook, gonna be feeling good up until the point where he gets knocked back. And then because BDD is able to buy a second of time, we don't see anyone else actually make it, or Life rather not make it out. And now, second Dragon on the cards here. Very low Dragon game. It looks like Hanwha might just opt into giving it up again.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, not really set up for it. We got a TP up onto the top side just to stop the side push from Zeka, so trading a TP for the Dragon, not half bad, especially because it's Hextech Soul, and that's going to be huge for either team who does pick it up.
Leave Keen alone, man.
Yeah, he's not worth a lot of gold by now.
No.
Is that like 220-ish, probably? Yeah, probably stop killing the Aatrox.
But because KT has been so consistent with their side lane pressure and their continuous shoving and the trades across the map, they're not that far behind in gold, right? Like, it's like a 700 gold deficit, which doesn't mean that much. And with Hanwha's objective setup in this series has been very lackluster. I'm wondering if they have a big enough lead to actually feel the confidence that they need to go for these objectives as very skin. Also, Viper has just kind of been there.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of been it. We haven't actually seen a full-on 5v5. Yeah, but aiming, I think, is going to be feeling better about it, because I don't really rate Ezreal, but if he can just get to late-game Ezreal status, yeah, not going to be feeling bad. Gets his transformation now as well.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the games where we've seen Ezreal kind of fail, I feel like the teams recognize that he's not much of a threat, and they kind of just take everything early on, right? Now, what have Humble Life Esports done? They have a small lead, but they gave over to Drakes. They got the second Rift Herald. They made a decent play on the bottom side, but it's not necessarily like this Ezreal's hurting at all, right? He's got the most CS in the game. He has his 2 items, transformation finish, as you mentioned, so he's just hanging out. He's doing a great job, you know, even without the action on his side of the map.
He's having a fine time. Viper is going to be somewhat behind. Actually picked up his tier really late. Went for Dirk first and then got it on his next back. The one thing that is really easy though, and that I think the lethality Varus always provides, is that fighting for priority is pretty good. Obviously, if aiming has his ultimate, then changes it a little bit, but does mean that outside of that, Viper definitely should be able to push in mid aggressively. And in theory, it should help set up Hanwha Life's objectives better. And like, they can't give up this for Drake. 100%. They need to be able to actually get this. Unless you take Nash, and even then, I think Soul Point is so valuable. As Grizzly is on the ward here.
He does have a lot of friends, as I feel like that was the first Q I've seen from aiming. That's the second. He's doing some good damage. He's got legitimate poke here in this top side of the river, so Hololive Esports trying to get some vision down. They're not really successful at that, actually. Lehens just pushes in, bullies them away. And so I hope you're ready to fight over the Drake, because that's probably where your bread is buttered here as Hololive Esports.
Yeah, if you get X-Tech Drake, then I think Hololive also... And even if they don't, this is the type of composition where you can be a substantial amount down. And if you get like the one angle with your Magnet Storm and your Yone ultimate and your Equalizer, you can definitely find a comeback. But I think for KT, it's going to be so much easier to play out if we get to like 10, 15 minutes from now, and Hololive isn't threatening a Hextech Drake, because BED and aiming in particular are gonna punish so hard on every single step forward you make that isn't hard engage. And Hololive's, you know, snap engages and decisions just haven't been that good. And if you make like one misstep, you walk forward as Grizzly or Life, and you get tagged by an Ezreal WQ and like BDD orders you once, then yeah, you're not going to be feeling too happy. Although BDD might be going towards Demonic, which I am not super excited about.
Yeah, what did he mean by that? I mean, obviously it's so that he can survive a wombo combo, but you already have Crown.
And
is it really
stopwatch.
necessary? Like, you have Stopwatch, you could even go Zhonya's, but it's like, is that extra bit of health really going to help you? Like, are we going to go Zhonya's
right,
and Demonic and Crown? Like, it was kind of the joke we were making in game 1 about you probably shouldn't go for that build on Talia or Azir or pretty much anyone. Maybe Ahri is okay. But you go Everfrost, obviously. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that build does develop. Not too much else happening in this game, as KT very happily just scaling away. And, you know, sometimes we talk about scaling in terms of direct champions. Like, Hololive Esports, even if they do get outscaled a bit, there is still an angle for them to take, like, a big wombo combo fight and take a lot of the scaling out with one fell swoop. So,
yeah,
not just saying that KT automatically win as the game comes along.
I do think they have an edge, though. Like, particularly for Kayn and Viper, the champion naturally is just going to have somewhat of a fall-off, especially if we get to, like, really late stages of the game. And KT again just get Prio in mid and are able to make their way to the objective, and there's no response. They're not even threatening Nash. You guys can't see Valdez' disappointed face.
Well, now they're coming in here and threatening Nash, kind of, not really.
Like maybe?
Like, what?
Perchance? No chance.
They were ahead on gold. They're still ahead on gold. Like,
I know.
Just kind of hanging out, like not doing anything, not even setting up for Viper to poke anyone or to get a catch or a pick or anything.
Okay, maybe now. So this is what I was talking about.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're just going to get on top of Viper here, who is not going to flash and just dies instead. So they're just getting poked out, and that's the Nautilus and KT. They say, I guess we are going to take this game away from you.
And Hololive, some ultimates come out, not a whole lot happens. KT says thank you for the setup. We'll be taking that Baron. Grizzly, obviously with this health pool, nowhere near. And KT, feeling very good all of a sudden. Hextech Soul Point, got him for free. Baron setup from Hololive, basically non-existent. You find a catch on Viper, doesn't flash. There's no counter engage. And I don't know. I'm just kind of baffled at the fact as well, like Zeka at this point doesn't feel like he can go in because Kingen already used the ultimate as well. But I mean, great call from KT to go in there. Cause's itemization, I think, is really good. Going in aggressively here, the Rumble specifically, not really going to be the biggest threat to Poppy, but Hololive, give up a soul point, then walk to Baron way too late, get picked off, then die. And
yeah, that's kind of a good summation of what happened. And I think that KT Rolster have not been challenged, really, at all in this game. Like, Hololive Esports did such a great job with the lead they had in Game 3, but now, you know, they weren't even behind. But this game is so far, it's like we went down on the roller coaster now.
You can't play this comp like this. You have to be confident. You have to go in. You have to play proactively.
You have to have some coordination, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to press their buttons at the same time. Grizzly's standing on a ward here. He's just going to be pushed off of it.
I mean, it can still happen for Hanwha, but the game is going to be so hard to play out now. One mistake, one slow setup around an objective, and that's Hextech Soul for particularly BDD and aiming. That's not going to be fun.
Maybe they get him here as there's the Wombo. They do get a couple as aiming is going to get taken out. They get 2 kills. Wow, they did it. They pressed their buttons.
The comp works.
They killed the enemy champions.
Who would have known?
BDD's just trying to back here. I don't think he's going to get away from this. Yeah, he has to stay. And now he's 1v3 in this one as a nice little Emperor's Divide, but he will be eventually taken out. That is 3 kills on the board for Humble Life Esports. Imagine that.
Well, better late than never, Valdez. They push their buttons and it ends up working out. It's the flank here from Grizzly and King, and Grizzly actually getting a 2-man engage there, and even with the Rel being knocked away, it's not enough. Aiming gets toasted immediately, as does Lahens, and then the rest of the team has to try to get out. BDD looking for a Baron-empowered recall. Doesn't end up getting it. And that means no inhibitor goes down, and a lot of gold goes back into the pockets of the Hanwha Life.
3 shutdowns.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, a lot of the Baron power play. As you can see, it's at 600 gold by the end of the buff. And the one thing I just want from this is that maybe Home Life Esports will confidently take position on the next Drake. Because if they don't, it's Hextech Soul, and then it doesn't matter how, what you do, you're probably not going to be taking the game. So I hope they fight for it.
They're moving over. They're on their way. It's happening.
Zeka doesn't have TP.
That's fine. There's Hex Gates on the map.
True.
They won't have mid-prio, though. Aiming already setting that one up as a Grizzly. Oh, he's so dead.
He was going on a bit of a flank.
There is teleport almost for Zeka as well.
Yeah, they're trying to turn this one around. Cuz is incredibly tanky. He's going to hold on to his Keeper's Verdict for now. And he will be fine. Position on the Drake here for Humble Life Esports. Life hanging out in the brush, looking for BDD. Not going to work out. And now, the Wombo combo, it needs to happen. Let's see if they go for it. Life is getting too low. The Magnet Storm doesn't get anyone at all. Their Wombo just totally whiffs as Zeka is still very fed, but they don't quite have the damage. Now he's going to get sweet spotted, and he is alone as BDD over the wall is going to get King for the team. And maybe KT just did it. They might just take this one down as will they go for the end or the Hextech Soul? Looks like the Soul for now.
That fight might have been what punches them their ticket to Worlds. Lands making sure that's going to be the Hextech Soul going over to KT. And a lot of cooldowns thrown into ultimately nothing. This time KT are more than ready. They identify Hanwha Life, not really in a position to engage onto the back line. Stopwatch defensively is readily available. And what I love as well is they're finding, look how open the space is that you have here. It's so hard to get value out of your ultimate, and as you see, they don't at all. Both Lahens and BDD stopwatch. Zeka doesn't find anyone. Keen, great timing there, goes in. Zeka, due to his snapback to the unbound zone, ends up going down. And BDD ensures that Kingen doesn't get out alive. And with that, a one-team fight. A Hextech Soul now picked up. And the gold lead finally truly spiking here. 4K for KT.
Yeah. And the Hextech Soul, that one's priceless. That's going to get you so much value in this game. I mean, you've got an Ezreal and then a Azir with Hextech Soul. You're going to be sitting pretty. And Grizzly, once again, is on a very big flank. At this point, kind of had to do something crazy in order to set up a fight, especially with a lot of your team's summoners down.
We do see some pings going down. I wonder if they suspect that this is happening. We saw, if you get onto the CC chain, onto aiming, onto BDD, you can take them down. Might be an angle as, they're going to find him.
Oh boy. He's going to be spotted here. And the chase is on. This game is going to get a bit weird, although maybe it just means that Grizzly is going to go down, has to try to flash, but BD comes up from the top side.
Yeah, that's Nash.
And that's the end of that.
And really good read there by KT. I think that they might have already seen him disappear into fog off of the wave or something. And they will take out as... Oh, no.
One time? Nope.
No.
Nice try. Not meant to be. KT going to take down the Baron, and I have a feeling this Baron power play is going to be much more powerful.
I would tend to agree. And yeah, you can see as well, like they know that he's somewhere here. They don't know where exactly, but we see the pings come down. And it's from that point on, the moment Grizzly's found, he's dead. Never going to be able to actually make it through. Hextech Soul BDD says, oh, look, Arel, fun. And maybe, you know, like even if you get a pick on Keen here, which it doesn't look like they'll be able to, that by itself not going to be enough.
Oh, he didn't go Demonic, by the way. He just went Rallies.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, didn't get to comment on it yet. Kaz also going for Knight's Vow. Love that. Spear of Shojin for aiming. That's kind of cool. I haven't seen that recently on Ezreal.
Yeah. Interesting. Some cool builds. We do get the even trout again here for Zeka. Oh, God. Yeah, they're online. No, yeah, they've been given a lot of time. And now the Ezreal looks pretty broken, actually. And Life is going to have to flash away from it. Aiming keeps on just arcane shifting forward. But more importantly than this, it looks like KT have done it. They should be our third team going to Worlds.
KT, 2 inhibitors already down, can go for the third as well if they want to play it safe. That is a hit.
Now they get the stopwatch here out of Keen, and they're going to attempt the wombo combo. It's still a lot of damage. Cuz gets pretty low. Grizzly is in, and Grizzly is out. Down he goes, and down will go Life. KT just way too far ahead. They are smacking him down here on the Nexus. Life Esports, one last stand, one last chance, as they will have to give it their all in the other side of the bracket. But for KT Roaster, they want some more names. They want to take down all the members of Life Esports as they book their ticket, and they will be joining us in Worlds 2023.
And in particular, aiming, making it to Worlds for the first time ever, going to be extremely happy. We'll try to forget about the Nila incident. Outside of that, I think...
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen. I think KT showing very clearly that the tier list season of LCK still in place here. Their setup around objectives was as much a punishment to Hanwha as it was just KT proactively identifying, like, these guys are not... They're not doing anything, right? Like, they're not contesting. And for Hanwha, I think game number 3 and 4, we saw a little bit more, both in positive and negative sense. I think game number 4 obviously felt like they just kind of let it go. As Keen making it back to Worlds. Really big moment as well.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. He's had a really big season in his career. We'll have to see how far he can extend it. As Cuz as well is going back. All these guys, it turns out, on the winning team of KT Rolster will be there. As BDD, he will look to take it down this time around.
It was great. Great gameplay today. And yeah, important moments. Might not have been the seed that KT would have wanted given their regular split, but it's still a really important step for these players.
See you at Worlds. And we will. That is the story. Lehens also going back as he's giving everyone the bow. Just so happy to get there. As you mentioned, you know, it took them a little bit longer. KT Rolster, it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, what their power level is like at Worlds, because, you know, obviously behind Gen G and T1 now, but the strongest team for a long time in the regular season. It might just come down to meta, might come down to patch, might come down to how they prepare and how well they will do. So we'll go first. See you later. As they're taking the KT Rolster coaster. And yeah, should be a pretty deadly team nonetheless.
Yeah, and we of course have both Lehens and BDD that made it to World Semis, both on Gen G, although not the same team that got so close. Keen is World's history. For some reason, I don't really know what happened, but I remember it not being great. And if you do remember, and you're an LCK fan, you probably don't want to talk about it either.
Yeah.
And I think KT here showcasing, like, particularly with the setup around team fights and how aware they were of what Humble Life is going to try and do in this fourth game. Really, really good adaptation. Now, I imagine a lot of KT fans were still worried at the beginning of this game because there were some moments where it felt like a little bit dicey, but their movement around the map, and I think in their vision control in particular, not even remotely matched by Humble Life.
Yeah, no, this game 4, I think, kind of showed it off. KT allowed to just scale up out of control, take a bunch of objectives for free. Humble Life Esports, they did pull the trigger once. And the other times where they kind of felt forced to, including this one. The KT Rolster got a little bit too far ahead. Humble Life Esports did not have the tools to come back in the game at this point. And who knows? Maybe this means that we'll see more aiming Ezreal, for better or for worse, as the future games for this team come along.
And for Humble Life, who of course are going to be playing another series against the winner of DRX versus D+. The building blocks are all there for this team, and we see that every time, even in a game like this, they show us glimpses, but it just doesn't come together often enough. And for a 4th seed, we've seen what can happen when the pieces do line up, again, from Zeka and Kingdom themselves, but it's also got to be tough. Again, they won the one game, but outside of that, they've been doing a whole lot of losing. Now, the saving grace, I think, for Hanwha is that they are a team that, against teams worse than them, have a great track record, and particularly if it ends up being D+, who are, I'd say, slight favorites in the matchup. You never know what happens, and TK's...
From here?
I don't know.
No idea.
I do not know. I think KT making it, though, was kind of the obvious one, which would scare KT fans, but they've earned our trust after what they did in the regular season.
Times are different, and KT making it was what we expected to happen. And it did happen. They get in the 3rd seed, but we have one more seed, and we have 3 teams, and I have literally no idea who's going to make it. Will it be DRX with Beryl making it back? Will it be D+, who have been there before with some familiar names? On a little bit of a slump, or is it Humble Life Esports maybe on the bounce back? We'll have to wait and see, but we're done on the caster desk. Let's go over to the space to break down that series.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the cast on the day. And here we are to break down that final game and the last one in this series. Congratulations to KT. And honestly, if I was to speak candidly, I kind of thought it was doomed. I thought we were going to Silver Scrapes, but let's bring up the draft and have a look at what happened.
Yeah, the draft here for KT, definitely a little bit risky, and the Ezreal hasn't been very high impact recently, but, you know, when you look at Humble Life Esports' draft here, they took a risk on this Yone, even without the ability to set up with the Sejuani. But if you have the Magnet Storms go very well, you can layer that into the Yone ultimate, the Rumble ultimate, and even the Varus damage can be layered on top of that as well. Unfortunately, the play we saw from Grizzly on the Rel here left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I feel like with a comp like this, you just have to play with confidence, which is something we typically see from Humble Life Esports a lot when they play these sort of comps. It kind of brings me back to spring when they were up against D+ in playoffs, and this was their style of play, which worked really well. But it felt like despite the fact they managed to pull ahead early, you know, they had advantages on top quite significantly, they started to kind of doubt themselves. There was one play where they really managed to find the engage, but other than that, it was kind of KT dictating the entire game.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird, right? Because it felt like even though Humble Life Esports spent a lot of that game ahead, they just kept giving things away and feeling like they didn't have any options as far as
like
getting
4
back.
dragons and a Hextech sold
Yeah,
quite a lot.
like 4 dragons and like all the barons and every single bit of control around the map. As we jump into our first highlight.
This is Grizzly trying to clear a ward here, and Viper is the one who gets punished most, as Grizzly just backs away after eating some Qs from Ezreal, and then Viper's just left out dry. He doesn't peel for him, doesn't do anything for him, and the rest of Humble Life were like left wondering, should we have been trying to clear out vision on this Baron? Like, should we have actually looked for a turn here? What's the plan? And it's just a pick into KT gets a massive advantage off of just Grizzly walking forward and trying to clear a ward there.
I think it was just too common, this sort of scene where like you'd see a moment where someone's out of position or the Humble Life Esports aren't really sure what they're doing. They're trying to set up, but their setup was a little bit lackluster as well, especially for the dragons, and then KT just picked them apart.
It felt like an information gap between these two teams through a lot of this series, and honestly, when you have a team as dominant as KT throughout the regular season, you do that through information denial and information gathering more effectively than your opposition. And it's this exact moment that exemplifies that, right? It's so hard, especially when, you know, this is a guy fresh out of academy, moving up to challenger at the beginning of this season. Grizzly just not quite there, and we'll jump into our second highlight here as KT are putting the screws in.
Yeah, this moment as well here, KT just very greedy with how they're trying to push this, and notice that both solo laners are trying to push their advantages, obviously, insides, and KT just continue to stick around and poke here. And Grizzly, despite getting caught in the last play, this time is able to take the wide wraparound and punish in the exact same position he was just punished. The attempt here of aiming to get some additional damage and play a little bit more passively here, grab that mid wave, maybe just let your solo laners do the work. Bit of greed here from KT, and Hanwha Life just like that. A little bit back in the game. BDD also gets interrupted here.
And honestly, we saw this like 3 or 4 more times. I think this was Hanwha Life Esports' game, but this was like the only real moment outside of the early game skirmishes where you saw them bring it all together, all the pieces were there, the CC was laid, even with the Poppy knocking the rel away, the damage was already done, but this was like a one-off in this game.
And while this was all happening, right, while these advantages were being gained, Hanwha Life Esports never turned it into anything. This was the huge problem is our best teams will take a winning moment and then kill a Nexus with it, right? Like they'll at least move themselves a step further forward. Hanwha, they find a winning moment like that and then they're chilling on the same step and pretty happy to stay there for the rest of the time. As we jump into the final highlight of the game here, this was a messy team fight, but ultimately the one that won KT the game.
Grizzly flanking again and is spotted here to start things off, so KT Rolster like, well, we just collapse on him, right? And then when this teleport comes through, looks a little bit scary here for the side of KT as Keen isn't here initially. And then they decide, all right, let's just clear the wave, push through to this tri-brush, we'll get Keen over the wall. And then Life is trying to set up for a play here, misses the hook onto BDD, and then Hanwha Life are just caught on the retreat. And it's just like one hand into I'm committing to fighting, and then the other hand is walking back towards the husk of that turret, and just such indecisive play here from Hanwha ultimately does them in and gives Keen enough time to rotate over.
And you can see in this situation, it's so hard to kite back with this comp from Hanwha Life Esports. It's very good at going in, but once you've committed, the Yone snaps back, he's now left the position with no mobility, and the rest of KT just see blood in the water and pounce.
I do want to say, BDD had an incredible performance. Once again, I mean,
he's pretty good at his ear.
Yeah, it's his ear, right? But we have seen times where he hasn't been able to make those huge plays. This was not one of those times. This was some vintage BDD today. He was playing extraordinarily well. And if you're a KT fan and you're wanting to watch them play at Worlds, I think BDD's Azir is probably the first tick that you want on in the KT checkbox, and he played a fantastic game of League of Legends.
Now that the pressure's off for KT and they can spend some time preparing for Worlds, I hope that they do tweak some of their early game plays. Like Lahen's had some shades of what we saw from him in the lower bracket finals, where going in a little bit too often. I feel like the advantages that Hanwha got in that game they didn't capitalize on were often really mistakes from KT rather than Hanwha actually setting up really good plays. And I do think there are definitely some weak points here that KT absolutely need to address if they want to have a great performance at Worlds.
Yeah, I think ultimately this is them still looking maybe similar level, maybe slightly better than their form in playoffs, but not too different. It's not like the regular season KT we saw. I think a lot of the weaknesses have been exposed. We have seen them, and this is now the time where they can go away, work on those, whether it's in draft, whether it's in play, because, you know, obviously we did have this fantastic regular season from them, but I don't think you can dial it back to that point. Now teams are aware of what you were really leaning on to be strong, and undoubtedly teams, when you face them at Worlds, are going to know those weaknesses.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does come down to champion pools and things like this. What is going to be relevant on the bottom side of the map, for example, when we get to the Worlds patch as well for aiming, who has seemed to be a little bit exposed. But speaking of exposing the players, it is time for an interview with the entire team. And Jisun is going to be there for translation. Take it away. Oh, never mind. It's going to be Dia. So Dia, take it away.
2023 World Championship LCK.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the winner's interview translation. We are here joined by the players at the side of KT, who just secured 3rd seed and qualified for Worlds with today's victory.
네, 먼저 기인 선수께 질문 드리도록 하겠습니다.
First off, Kiin,
5년 만에 월드 진출입니다. 감회가
this is
좀
your
남다를 것 같은데
first Worlds. after 5 years. So how do you feel? I knew that today was an important day. I'm really glad that we won today. And it makes me very excited to go back to Worlds. And after the playoffs, what was your focus on when it came to prepping for the qualifiers? I feel like we revealed a lot of our weaknesses in the playoffs, so we tried to fix those as much as we can. And I believe that we were able to showcase an improved form today. And so you will be stepping on the world stage after 5 years. Is there any top laner that you would like to play against? It's been so long since I've been to Worlds, and I've only been really seeing a lot of the top laners through TV. I don't really have a specific person that I want to play against. Since I am the challenger here, challenging everybody else at Worlds, please go easy on me, you guys. And cuz you guys have qualified for Worlds, how do you feel? Really happy that I get to return to Worlds after such a long time. I hope that we show a strong performance at Worlds. And I'm sure your coaching staff was very happy. How did they react to the last game? I thought and I expected that they would be really happy, but they were actually pretty stern about it. So, although I was very happy, I think I was more relieved. And I feel like the coaching staff probably felt the same. And cuz you were against Grizzly today, and I'm sure that there was a lot of mind games going on today, so how confident were you in the jungle matchup today? I feel like I was very confident, but I knew that we were a better team today, so I wasn't very worried. And any message for all the junglers that you will meet at Worlds? There's no one in particular that I want to be up against, but I hope that we perform well. And BDD, you are returning to Worlds after 2 years. What were your overall thoughts for today's match? Yeah, instead of feeling joyful, I feel like I'm a lot more relieved that we were able to make it to Worlds. And you guys had a positive match history against Hanwha Life, so how did you feel about today's match? I feel like we came in today thinking that we probably won't lose against HLE, but since our last match was a defeat, we were a little more wary. So against Seka in the mid matchup, what was the most important aspect? I believe that as long as I do well in the laning phase, that we will be able to wrap up the match pretty smoothly. So I was able to play off pretty well aggressively in the beginning. And since this Worlds will be in Korea, is there anything that you're looking forward to? It'll be very convenient that it's going to be in Korea, and I hope that we are able to keep a good condition and perform well during Worlds. And aiming, this will be your first Worlds, so how do you feel? Really happy that we were able to qualify for Worlds. I feel like we used to have more time during the off season because of how short the seasons were, but since we are able to spend even more time with the teammates, I'm just really excited. And what was the prep process like for today's qualifier bottom draft? So in the drafts, we were able to get the picks that we wanted, but throughout the match, we noticed a bit of a target ban. So we were playing with some caution.
상대가 좀 노틸러스
So in Game 3,
시기가 되게 좋다 보니까 이즈리얼을 선택해서
you guys
생존기도
went
채웠어요.
with
라인전도 좀
Nila and you guys ended up losing, but so what kind of feedback was there afterwards? So the enemy picked some engaged champions, so I was able to go ahead and counter that with Ezreal, and it seemed to have worked pretty well.
이번에 첫 월드
And any resolution or goal for Worlds?
만나게 되는데
So this will be my first Worlds, and I will be up against a lot of international teams. Really curious to find out how well they play and the different play styles. So I hope I have fun.
네, 마지막으로 리엔즈 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 네, 오늘 경기 승리하면서 월드 챔피언십에 진출했습니다.
And
소감부터
Lian,
여쭤볼게요.
how do you feel about qualifying for Worlds?
이겼는데 그동안 조금 너무 많이
We won today.
와중에도 너무 많이 노력해 준 것 같아서 그 선수들도 팬분들도 그래서 되게
But I feel like it's just really all a result, an outcome from everyone, including my teammates and fans, working so hard to make this happen today. And your former teammate from Griffin, LNG Tarzan, is here today at Lower Park. Where is he? Maybe he went back home? But is there anything that you'd say to him? He actually messaged me and he said that he's gonna cheer for me. And you know, Viper's also here. And I told him, yeah, you don't even have to come here today, but I'm really happy that you came, and thank you so much for your support.
챔피언십에서 KT의 선전을 바라보고 계실 팬분들이 굉장히 많은데요. 팬분들께도 한 말씀 해주세요.
And any message for the fans who will cheer you on in the world?
저번에 너무 아쉬웠지만 저희는 계속해서 정진할 거고요.
Although there was a little bit of a disappointing result from last time, we will keep on going. Thank you so much for your support. And this will be the end of the interview with KT. And back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the fantastic translation of the KT interview. And yeah, I mean, some would say that their last best of 5 prior to this one was a disappointment. Others would say that it had the best game 5 in League of Legends history. So, you know,
it could be both.
You're good with the bad, but this is going to be the result of the match at 3-1. Pretty comfortable for KT. Had a little bit of worries after that loss in the third one. Life Esports figuring out how to draft there, but couldn't replicate it on the red side.
Yeah, I think a positive result here, but tomorrow we do have D+ against DRX, so we're going to send our first set of 2022 Worlds Champions home. Will it be Barrel? Will it be Deft? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, Life have kind of been, you know, they showed something today. I think that's important to know, but they went 0-3, 0-3, 1-3 in the last 3 series. So, you know, people look on this matchup between DRX D+, whoever wins this has a real shot of taking that 4th seed.
Exactly, and we will be welcoming you back to Barrel's Wild Ride for more LCK tomorrow. Will he be able to do it again? Will Deft be able to do it again? Which one of these players actually has the unbreakable spirit to then compare it with the other couple of unbreakable spirits that we have in Zeka and Kingen as well? All of DRX that we have remaining here in the LCK will be fighting for it, and we'll see you when they start tomorrow. Bye-bye.